Welcome back to bottom. My name is Beast, and today we're back with more Onigokko, this time with volume. Actually, fucking hate this sometimes. I have more tea this time. Also, I'm in pain. But yeah, what did you miss from last time? I made fun of the character of the MC for not immediately recognizing that she was the fake Ura, as well as managed to predict her being the fake Ura before it actually was revealed. But hey, the proof for that is gone now, so that's that, I guess. Ah, Jesus Christ, that's hot. Also, you may be seeing this here. Don't worry about that. My ear seems to have some issue on top. Not inside this time. This time it's on top. It's not very pleasant. But yeah. Anyways, she's tired. Apparently. At this rate, I feel like I should just leave it open. So it can fucking cool down a bit. I'll do both of them actually. Actually, nah, the other one I'm gonna leave shut. Anyways. That's a cute yawn. Also, an easy way for the MC to just, you know, at the end he was like, oh, I guess I'll just have to look for a moment when she leaves my side so I can show up in front of her dressed as the real Phantom Thief Ura. First fucking chance of that would have been, okay, yeah, I'm alright with staying like by his side for the next little bit. But here's an issue. I need to change. You know, you change and all that. So, just mind accompanying me back to my dorm room real quick. I'll just be in and out real quick. Just going in, look for a change of clothes to bring here, and I'm out again. Don't worry, it will not take long. And then he can show up as Ura. That easy. Anyways, The dazzling sunlight shone down upon the road to school. When I laughed at Kureha, she shyly blushed and turned away from me. In the end, I never got a wink of sleep last night. Not only was I tired up, but spending the night in the girl's room made me incredibly nervous. Kureha must have been just as nervous, as she seemed fairly sleep-deprived herself. She was probably worried that I'd attack her in her sleep, though. I just stopped all of a sudden. Of course she is. I asked her to meet me here. Meet me there. You're seriously asking me? My phone's been ringing like crazy all morning. I figured this would be much faster. Then I turned to Aoi and gave her a lively wave. Hey, Aoi! Gotta strike while the iron's hot. Play along just like we talked about yesterday and everything will be fine. Look, here she comes. Well, the thing is, right? Alright, here goes. No, here goes. 1, 2. She started going out. We're going out. There we go. Panic. Every student on their way into school turned towards us at the sound of Aoi's scream. For the rest of the day, a hot rumor was spreading around that a mandrake had appeared on campus. During lunch, Kureha and I agreed to meet up to discuss our next move on the gateway roof. After Kureha's previous attack failed, Otome only increased security and a number of ninjas were now stationed around the school. As such, we would be targeting a different mystic treasure next time. The treasure was... Magic Mallet. One from the tale of Isunboshi, which could tap out treasures with every swing.
そうだ。正確には所有者の望んだものが出てくると言われる魔法の小槌だ。そいつは初代土蜘蛛の狩猟である大竹丸が持っていた秘宝でな。今もこの島のどこかに隠されているらしい。
Wow, first time hearing of it.
それはそうだ。秘宝に関する情報は御三家が全て握りつぶしている。一般人であるお前が知るはずもない。
Yeah, I guess so. I was anything but ordinary, though. Either way, this was the first time I'd ever heard of the magic mallet. I recall something resembling its description in the text Grandpa lent me. There was no details regarding its specific name, location, or function. Mystic treasure handed down exclusively within the Tsuchigoma, huh? Are there others like that?
土蜘蛛の狩猟だけが目を通すことを許された天の巻、地の巻と呼ばれる古文書がある。それらは土蜘蛛が1800年をかけて集めてきた情報を2つの書物にまとめたものだ。
So I'm guessing that involves a pendant, a hammer, it looks to be an axe, and a fruit. And each of the routes is going to be about one of them. The pendant probably going to be about Otome. The hammer is going to be her. The axe is going to be Kana's. And the fruit is going to be Akira's. Akari's. Akari's. How did I get to Akira? That's not even a girl's name. I'm fucking retarded. But yeah, mallet, pendant, axe, fruit. That's probably what it's gonna be.
天の巻には秘宝の特徴と性能が、地の巻には秘宝のありかが記されている。天の巻は10年前に父さんの手に託され、現在は私が持っている。地の巻は残念ながら行方不明だ。もしも2つの古文書が揃えば、宮島の秘宝はおろか、日本中にある秘宝のすべてが丸裸になるだろう。
Ah, or books like that? I guess you could say that Tsuchiguma had a terrifying capacity for gathering intelligence.
すごいだろ。伊達に1800年以上も御三家と戦いを繰り広げてきたわけではない。
Well, you did lose to them, though.
それを言うな。
Rhea groaned in my comment and fell silent. Probably shouldn't have said that, especially when she sounded so confident and proudly puffed out her non-existent chest.
おいこら、どうしてそこで残念そうな目を胸に向けてくる。
Oh no, no reason. Please, continue your story, ma'am.
まあいい。とにかく、今後はうちでの小槌に的を絞るぞ。御三家の連中は自分たちの秘宝を守るのに必死だろうからな。小槌の方まで手を回す余裕はないはずだ。
That's what you should note this for. Sneak attacks feel kind of unfair to me.
卑怯で結構。それで父さんを救えるなら、どんなお目を着せられようが構わない。
Kureha. I'd understood it would require an immense amount of effort to persuade Kureha otherwise. And to help her out for the time being and see how things played out. I was curious at the contents of the Celestial Scroll too. On that note, we decided to head to the committee room. Not only did the Celestial Scroll contain information regarding the mystic treasures, it also spoke of several legends related to the magic mallet. We compared those legends to the books in the committee room in an attempt to deduce the mallet's whereabouts.
では行くぞ。まずは大竹丸について情報を集めるんだ。
Sure, I'll show you what a true history buff can do. We opened the door to the committee room and stepped inside. And then...
容疑者確保!
Ah! The moment my foot crossed the threshold, my entire body was bound in rope and thrown into a nearby chair. What the? What's going on? Don't tell me my identity was compromised.
さあ観念してねお兄ちゃん。
Why'd you behind this? Ollie held the end of the rope and stood alongside the usual group of committee members. All we wanted to do was look through text, so how the hell did it come to this? Yeah, what's the big idea? What are you gonna do now that you caught me?
どうもこうもないよ。昨日の今日でお兄ちゃんとクーちゃんが恋人同士になるなんてありえない。これにはきっと裏があるんだよ。今からそれをまるっとみんなで暴いてやるんだから。葵ちゃんから事情は聞きました。何でもお二人は結婚を前提にお付き合いをなさってるとか、出会って数日でなぜそこまで仲良くなったのか、ぜひお二人の馴れ初めをお聞かせください。馴れ初めだと？私も驚いたわ。やけに息が合うなとは思ってたけど、まさか二人がそんな関係だったなんてね。結婚はまだ早いだろうけど、私はあなたたちを応援するわよ。お幸せにね。式には私も呼んでくださると嬉しいです。
Wait a sec, this conversation is going too far off the rails that I can keep up. We aren't considering a marriage or anything like that.
何よ、クレハとは遊びだとでも言いたいの？
No, not like that. I'm completely serious about dating Kureha, enough that I would bet my life on it.
あらあら、お熱い愛の告白いただいちゃいました。ごちそうさまです。
二人が付き合っているのはどうやら本当のことのようだね。おめでとう。
Oh, she's about to implode. Whoa, I was grinding her teeth and glaring at us. Scary. Still, I wasn't really lying and I had no intention of explaining. I was determined to help Kureha, and there would have been some lethal consequences if my true identity was exposed. My life was literally on the line. Jesus Christ, she's into it. Huh? Let me think. It's like there was a spark, so to speak. Yeah, to this day I can't forget the impact I felt the moment I met her. Like my body was going numb. In the sense, she mistook me for a pervert and attacked me with anesthetic needles. We talked in private a little after a while, and I got to see a side of Kureha I didn't know existed. Before I knew it, I realized that we had no choice but to start dating.
そうなのですか？まあな、浦部先輩には私の大事なところを見られてしまったからな。責任はきちんと取ってもらうぞ。あら、ケイスケくんたら意外と手が早いんですね。ケイスケさん、大胆です。二人して大人の階段登っちゃうなんて、もう童貞紳士とは呼べないね。この支配からの卒業おめでとう。
Sure, thanks. Alright, forgot almost. Gotta be prepared. Oh, this conversation was progressing smoothly, but wasn't it progressing in a rather perverted direction? I hadn't lied, but being forthright made me feel awful at the same time. There was Oe to consider too, but Senpai and the others seemed like a good people. That being the case, I appreciate it all if you could respect our privacy going
そう
forward.
ですね。お二人の邪魔をしてお馬さんに蹴られるわけにも参りませんしね。
店裏の件もあって当分の間委員会活動はない。せっかく恋人同士になれたんだ。他のことは気にせず思う存分ニャンニャンするといい。
Banning your eyes is so outdated.
待て、お前たちの行為はありがたいが委員会も大事だろう。春は何かと忙しいんじゃないか？確かに書類を提出したり資料整理もしなくちゃいけないけど、だったらその仕事は私たちに任せろ。お前たちが偽裏を追いかけている間に全部済ませてやる。ですが
Come on, don't worry about it. As long as you don't show us how you normally do, as long as you show us how you normally do it, then we can manage on our own later. If we can't help search for the fake Ura, then at least let us support you from behind the scenes, please.
そんなお願いするのはこっちよ。でも本当に任せてもいいの？
Yeah, wouldn't mean getting To be alone with Kureha in an empty committee room, I'd volunteer to that any day.
お兄ちゃん、私の存在忘れてない？
Read the mood already. You got your hands full with swim clubs, so you don't need to worry about us.
それはそうだけど。わかりました。では、鍵をお渡ししますね。え？本当にいいんですか？はい。委員会になれるいい機会ですし、お二人にお任せします。お部屋を汚さないと約束してくださるなら、好きに使って構いませんからね。
Got a wicked smile on your face, but I appreciate it all the same. Alright, committee room key acquired. Now we could look at all the books and texts as much as we wanted to.
おっと、チャイムだ。そろそろ教室に戻ろう。
恋人との別れは欲しいでしょうけど、ケイスケも急ぎなさいよ。
I got you.
葵ちゃんも行きましょう。お二人の邪魔をしてはいけません。やっぱりまだ納得いかないよ。
Sampa and the others escorted Aoi, who kept looking back over her shoulder, out of the room. Hey, at least untie the ropes before you go. I can't move like this.
まったく、本当に世話の焼けるやつだな。
Kureha took the bullshit from her pocket and cut my restraints in half. Saved. Getting tied up for the second day in a row was threatening to awaken my masochistic side.
ほら立て、急がないと授業に遅れるぞ。
Thanks. Despite everything, you're a good
うる
person.
さい。気色悪い笑顔を向けるな。このド M マスター浦部。
Could be that you're shy.
そんなわけあるか。おかしなことばかりほざくと、その口に酢だこを詰めてエゾ大海に沈めるぞ。
I'm sorry. Oh boy, given how well she backed me up, I thought she may have opened her heart to me a little. Alright, she's just a tsundere. You get used to it. Funny that, I actually talked about this with someone after yesterday's recording. Funny that the tsundere is the easiest route to get into. You would expect the tsundere to be the hardest one, but nah. Here it is. And by the looks of it, walls protecting the treasure that was Kureha were pretty sturdy indeed. Hey, sorry to keep you. I met up with Kureha at the first-year classrooms when school ended. Although she said she would be monitoring me around the clock, she obviously couldn't be with me when class was in session. Meeting up during breaks and after school to gather intel on the Mallet had become our primary activity while on the campus. Oi, on the other hand...
どうせ私はお邪魔虫ですよ。二人して恋の資料検索でもしてればいいんだ。
Drama queen. Nice face contorted with her sobs as she made a mad dash down the hall. Now that the pest is gone, let's head to the committee room.
いいのか。あいつを放っておいて。
Worried about her?
別に。
Or so she said, but she watched Aoi's retreating figure with a sad look in her eyes. This really was the perfect example of the saying, eyes are the windows to the soul. I could really not tell Aoi what's going
ダメ
on.
だ。これ以上イレギュラーを起こしたくない。あのことは二人だけの秘密だ。
Oh, lines like that make lines like that makes the sound of real lovers.
あまりふざけたことばかり抜かすと、頭に直接針を刺して脳みそをガタガタ揺らすぞ。
That's an awfully direct brain contusion. Come on. Oh man, this lover wouldn't even let me get away with a few wisecracks. If you were really going out, sounds like it'd come with its own share of difficulties. Then again, it might be difficult, unexpectedly amusing to play out this comedy routine on a daily basis. I don't know why, but in a way, this kind of reminds me of like the Luna Plutz geostellar dynamic, where Luna is just basically like, oh, this Jew is so annoying, he's breaking the perfect record of the class that I'm the class president for, so I have to get him to go to fucking school, even if it's just to, like, for my own track record, basically. But then she looks at Mega Man and is like, ah, yes, let me have your babies. I'm talking about Star Force. Mega Man Star Force, for those who don't know what I was talking about. Also, Sonia Strom is better than Luna Plutz any day of the fucking week. Wait, did I read that? And again, it might be unexpectedly amusing to play out this comedy routine on a daily basis. I think I already did. Following that, we decided to split the workload and gather information related to Otakemaru. Fortunately, we had less than fantastic results.
あれだけ資料が多いと目当ての文献を探すのにも一苦労だな。本棚に入ってる本もジャンルがあべこべだし。
That's probably my fault. I didn't have much of a chance to sort through them after kind of knocked all of the books on the floor, so I just shoved them back into the shelves haphazardly. In order to find the literature we were after, we need to put everything back in order first. It's just a thought, but wouldn't it be faster to ask Kano or Senpai?
あいつらに借りを作りたくない。
Because they're from the three great families?
それに借りたものは返さないといけないからな。
In that case, I'll ask him. I won't inconvenience you whatsoever. Would that work?
どうしてそこまでしてくれるんだ？お前は事件に巻き込まれただけなのに。
What are you saying? Roz is what sparked it. Didn't I promise to help you? Once I've made a promise, I will never break it. I'm going to support you however I can. What's wrong?
なんでもない。とにかく帰るぞ。
Cordia's cheeks flushed bright red for some reason as she started to walk away. What could it be? Had I said something that would embarrass her? Oh, that's right. Before we head back, there's something I'd like to confess.
告白！バカ、変な気を起こすな。私は別に結婚とか考えてないぞ。
Calm down, it's not about that. The thing is, I can't maintain a relationship without booze.
なんだと？そんなに私が嫌いなのか？この結婚は間違いだったのか？
What did you drop it already? Are you actually interested in the idea? Anyway, I phrased that poorly. I meant I need to drink or it will make me sick.
酒を入れないと調子が出ない？
Yeah, it's hereditary. The truth is, if I go a full day without drinking, I'll get hung sober. In the worst case, I'll get vertigo and need to go to the infirmary. I'd imagine that would cause you problems if that were to happen.
つくづく面倒なやつだな。バカ正直でおまけに特殊体質だなんて。だが嘆いていても仕方がない。とにかく酒があればいいんだな。
Yeah, it helps that you catch on
し
quickly.
かし、この島で酒を手に入れるのは困難だぞ。学園の要請で酒類の搬入は制限されていると聞く。
Well, this island fucking sucks then. Don't worry, I've actually got some hidden away in my dorm room.
よくそんなもの持ち込めたな。管理人にバレてないのか？
As far as that goes, if I put my mind to hiding something, I can use any means necessary. They did room checks at the dorms periodically, but they didn't amount to much more than student-led cleanliness advisories. Lately, there had been a lot of parents complaining about invasions of privacy, so even the dorm manager couldn't barge his way into our rooms without permission. Okay, then I'll go grab the booze, so just hang out here for a bit.
待て、たとえ一瞬でもお前と離れ離れになりたくない。
Ba-dump.
だからキュンとするな、気色悪い。
I like to imagine he just goes to his room, like, opens the hiding place for the booze, and it's like the full Phantom Thief Ura outfit is just in there. He just immediately closes it again. You didn't see anything. And she's just like completely silent, like her brain trying to process it, and then in the end deciding, yeah, that was a hallucination, don't worry about it. I'll wait outside. I was pretty sure the way she phrased things was partially the problem. I get that you want to stay together, but women are banned from the men's dorms. You can't get in. She got official permission from the manager, so that's not an issue. I wouldn't be in this predicament if I could do that. Do you think she's gonna do anything to help me right now? Based on how she was acting during lunch break, Aoi hadn't accepted my relationship with Kureha. If I were to get in touch with her right now and say, bring me booze, I'm at my girlfriend's place, she would never speak to me again for the rest of our lives. That being the case, I'll go by myself. But
仮にも私は怪盗を名乗っている。民家に忍び込むことなど造作もない。今はお前のそばにいたいんだ。だからもういい。時間がもったいないからとっとと行くぞ。日が落ちる前に酒を回収して家に戻る。ミッションスタートだ。
You got a boss. You managed to avoid running into anyone.
当たり前だ。この程度で人に見つかるようなら街道の看板を下ろさなくてはならない。
Painfully true. After Kureha's proud reply, she stood in front of my bed and gawked at my room. What, straight to the bed? You're awfully dirty, Kumiao. That's fine then. Come here.
アホが！どこからそういう発想が出てくるんだ。この万年化け男。そうじゃなくて、男の部屋に入ったのは生まれて初めてだから。
Don't worry, I'm not gonna make a passage or anything. If you were gonna do that, at least take me to a hotel. Never mind. Kureha silently drew her bullshittican and quickly retracted her statement. We didn't have a lot of time, so we'd better grab what we came here for and head back. I retrieved the bottles of booze I had stashed away in a box in the back of my closet. 4 or so ought to tie me over for now. Also, as long as I'm here, can I bring some changes of clothes?
ああ、その方が私も助かる。男物の服など用意してないからな。
Yeah, all you've got at your place is striped panties.
それ以外のパンツもあるわ。言わせるの恥ずかしい。
Excellent, mission accomplished. Now that I've packed alcohol, some spare clothes, and discreetly snuck my Ura outfit and secret tools into my bag, I had accomplished what I'd come here to do. If push came to shove, I couldn't exactly jump into action without my outfit after all. Having it on me was for the best.
それにしても、ここはうちの部屋とは大違いだな。まず隙間風が入ってこないのが素晴らしい。おお、棚の上にロボットが置いてあるぞ。これ動くのか？もしくは食べられるのか？
They don't move and they're not edible, they're just models. Kureha must have been feeling less tense and was now rummaging high and low throughout my room like some tourist. Childish behavior of hers was far out of the norm. So far the norm that it made me smirk, as much as be your true nature.
座布団もふっかふかで意外といいなこの部屋。変態にしてはよくやった。褒めてやろう。
Thanks, glad you like it. Wanna live here instead?
バカを言え。ここは男子寮だろ。そんな真似できるか。
Wouldn't you be fine as long as you wore a disguise, given the size of your boobs?
胸もなんだ？うん。怒らないから先生に言ってみろ。うん？
No way, that's a total death flag. If I'm honest, it's gonna lead me straight into execution themed
よ
jokes.
くわかってるじゃないか。というわけで。今死ね！すぐ死ね！ちゃんと死ね！
Ah, I knew it! I'm opposed to violence!
まったくもう。
Was that? Oh, his voice.
お邪魔しまーす。
No good. Over here, Kureha. Hide.
今、部屋の中から物音がしたような。
Aya walked into my room and tilted her head to the side. After a moment, she shrugged and retrieved the mini vacuum cleaner inside the closet next to the door. Wow, there's just two fucking glasses, two fucking cups per one of these. That is disappointing. Elsewhere, Kureha and I. It's just until Aoi leaves. Hang in there. That is a surprisingly not good hiding place, actually. Like, it's... That seems to be the closet he literally just, like, grabbed the booze from. AKA, the closet where probably the fucking vacuum cleaner is as well. Because this apartment did not look large enough for, like, multiple of these big closets. Like, they're big enough to fit two people comfortably. Actually, suffocating. No, it fucking isn't. There's, like, a shit ton of space. Quite frankly, if I was living in this dorm, I'd just put a bunch of pillows in this goddamn... in this goddamn thing, and just in this closet, and just sleep in the closet, because it'd be fucking comfy as shit. Especially since it's like a closet that opens sideways, aka I won't have to feel fucking paranoid about someone like placing something in front of the door and I can't open it anymore, and so I'm forever stuck in here until someone notices that I'm here, which it may never happen. So there is a possibility that I will just die a miserable, forgotten death in this closet. My mind hates me. Anyways. We crammed ourselves into my closet, remaining perfectly still and held our breath. There may not have been anywhere else to hide, but packing two people in this cramped space still left no room whatsoever to budge. It was suffocating. Again, it was fucking not. Did I already save? I already saved. Probably cleaning. She might get dinner ready after that. Hey, it's already cramped, so stop wiggling. I'll text her some, so maybe she'll go outside. Something weird. As you mentioned it, something soft was hitting my crotch. Could this be Kureha's butt? Oh no. Idiot, stop making such cute noises. If you do that, it's just gonna make things worse. Inside that tiny closet, Kureha and I were pressed up against each other, against one another, and our breathing grew heavy. It was so stuffy it could make you pant, and our bodies and souls grew even hotter. Oh no, don't fucking tell me. I can't take it, she says. Are you okay, Kureha? No good. Hot, so hot, Kureha says. Damn, Kureha's voice is sexy. At that moment, Kureha panted and leaned her back against me. The nape of her neck was against my nose. The vivid aroma of sweat tickled my nostrils. This was seriously bad. My lower body was communicating my arousal to Kureha directly. I had to play this off somehow. Kureha, if you're that hot, why not take off some of your clothes? I'm sure you'll cool down. I should gonna take something off, Kureha says. The heat must have been getting to her head as Kureha obediently nodded and tried to undo the buttons of her uniform. Very good, Kuya. Keep it up and have a good time with your Niche. No wait. What the hell was that good time nonsense? You've gotta chill out, Urabekesuke. You were trying to play this off, but why did you go off on a perverted tangent? And who were you trying to fool? Talk about a rare opportunity, though. Scoring with Kunyan right here and now might not be so bad. Come on, wait. It wasn't like I wanted to violate Kureha or anything. I was only with her because I genuinely wanted to help, not because of her as a woman. Once I've taken it all off, tell me I'm a good girl, okay? She says, what the fuck? Ah! Kunyan was being awfully unfair right now, wasn't she? Dirty! You're a dirty girl, Kureha! Had the heat messed with her head so badly, she was mistaking me for her old man. By the way, this was great. Needy Kunyan was the best. Alright, maybe I should go with the flow and ask her for a nice lick. Maybe. Oh! Ow. Well. Hey, Kureha, hang in there! Oh no, it was no use. She totally blacked out. She totally blacked out. Now that she'd been set free from the heat, her body had instantly relaxed. Why would we be performing a traditional Bali dance in the closet? Like hell we even could! Don't make me explain after the fact! No, we really weren't doing anything worth feeling guilty for. Our crotches were just pressed together and Kunyan was just panting a little. Hey, don't shout! The panting covered Aoi's mouth from behind. It was gonna be a huge pain if she got the manager involved. If we had no choice, and it would be best for all of us to explain the situation. Yep, that's right. We heard someone outside, panicked, and hid in the closet. It would have been a disaster if they found Kureha here. Since we were waiting for Kureha to recover, I summed up... Whoops, fuck. Since we were waiting for Kureha to recover, I summed up and explained only the circumstances that led us to come into this room. Always seemed to be understanding of our situation after hearing me out. As an aside, once Kureha regained consciousness, she only recalled about half of what happened in the closet. To be honest, that was a lifesaver, especially if she remembered our conversation during the latter half of the experience. She would have made a hedgehog out of me and put me on display in the committee room about now. What choice did I have? She said she didn't want to leave my side, right? Oh, Aoi's eyes were terrifying. She was acting crazy jealous. Aoi could be so spoiled. I might have been one of her closest friends, but I'm sure she wasn't amused that Kureha took me away, or had taken me away. What's up? Then Kureha softly brought her lips to my ear. And whispered the most horrifying words in the entire world. But it feels nice when you whisper like that. Ah, Kumyo got mad at me!
今のクーちゃんのお腹すごい大きな音だったね。これはもしかしてお夕飯まだ食べてないの？今日はバイトもなかったからな。
Huh? What do you mean?
夕飯はいつも茶釜のまかない料理で済ませている。だからバイトがない日は飯抜きだ。
Seriously? That's a bizarre way to eat. You need to eat every single day if you want to get bigger. That's exactly why your chest is so small. I'm sorry. Kureha pinched my ass mid-sentence. Looked like I'd stepped on another landmine.
そっか。じゃあお夕飯一緒に食べていく？お兄ちゃんの分買ってきちゃったし。金はないぞ。そんなのいらないよ。ね、お兄ちゃん。
Yeah, as long as you're here, let's eat together. Be a waste to have any leftovers.
そうか。そこまで言うなら食べてやってもいい。だが、ただでご馳走してもらうわけにはいかない。私も調理を手伝おう。じゃあ、クーちゃんは魚をおろしてくれる？お安いご用だ。
Oi and Kureha stood side by side, giggling and chatting away as they made dinner. Would this really be okay? Kureha didn't exactly look like she'd ever cooked before. In the end, my fears were completely unfounded. Delicious. So delicious. There was yellowtail sashimi, sardine hamburger steak, a hamburg steak, and potato nikorogashi. All lined up on the table. I have no idea what the fuck nikorogashi is supposed to be. Hold on. Nikorogashi. Simmered potatoes. Sardine hamburg steak had grated ginger, finely chopped shiitake mushrooms, and so forth inside, yet had no unpleasant odor. The potato nikorogashi had a salty sweet broth coating it on the outside, yet was crumbly on the inside. The alcohol even paired well with the meal. No, this is seriously tasty. You might even be a better cook than Oe. At the very least, you win in terms of presentation.
そこを突かれると何も言い返せない。でも本当お料理上手だね。びっくりしちゃった。まあ、一人暮らしも長かったからな。炊事洗濯、それと裁縫くらいな人並みにできるつもりだ。
Man, you're really talented. You're gonna make a good wife someday. What's wrong?
気持ち悪い想像をして決意した。お前の嫁にだけは絶対ならないと。
Isn't this supposed to be the part where you actually where you act all shy?
誰が照れるか。私に悪いと思わないのか？
You're being super mean to me.
お兄ちゃんたち恋人同士なんだよね。そうだ。愛してるわ。
Wouldn't go that far.
お前、私に喧嘩売ってるだろ。
What do you want from me? I can't lie.
ぴったり。やっぱり恋人同士なんだ。
Always quip made Kureha go silent. Was she embarrassed? Nah, I bet it was easier to keep her mouth shut than I bet it was easier to keep her mouth shut than risk blowing her cover.
ほら、頬にご飯粒がついてるぞ。慌てて書き込みすぎだ。
Oops, sorry, the rice was so tasty, it just kinda happened.
本当にいい食べっぷりだな。見ていてすがすがしい。
Was it?
お前を見てると、父さんが思い出す。父さんもよくそうやって私の料理を美味しそうに食べてくれたものだ。
Kureha.
こんなやつに何を語ってるんだ。気でも触れたか。
Kureha hastily turned away in an attempt to hide her flushed cheeks, and went for a second helping of rice. Would have thought looking at me would have reminded her of her old man. She must have been extremely lonely.
ねえお兄ちゃん、今のどういうこと？
Oh, her mom's not around, her dad's been missing, so she's been living alone for a long time.
そうだったの。私知らなかったよ。ん？どうした葵？急に暗い顔して。くーちゃん！何か困ったことがあったら遠慮なく言ってね。私力になるから。そいつに何か聞いたな。安い同情はやめろ。そういうのは迷惑だ。もうそんなこと言って本当は一人ぼっちで寂しいくせに。いいんだよ、私に甘えても。お兄ちゃんなんかよりクーちゃんを愛せる自信あるし。
Why are you making moves on someone else's girlfriend?
いいじゃん、私もクーちゃん大好きなんだし。出会って間もないやつに好きだと言われても気色悪いだけだ。帰れ帰れ。またそういう寂しいこと言って。恋に時間は関係ないと思うけどな。現にお兄ちゃんたちだって出会ってすぐに恋に落ちたじゃない。それは
That moment our eyes met. Time had nothing to do with romance, huh? But under different circumstances, could we have become real lovers? Actually, could we become lovers even now? Might be on the underlying, although unintended meaning behind always the words. Okay, then see you tomorrow.
夜道は危険だ。気をつけて帰れよ。うん。二人ともまたね。
Once we finished eating dinner and I had my post-meal drink, we had a perfectly nice time. We eventually decided to call it a night and bid goodbye to Aoi. I was naturally going to be staying with Kureha again tonight at her place.
いやいや、何自然に繰り出してるの。クーちゃんも一緒に帰ろうよ。嫌だ。部屋に戻るならウダベ先輩も一緒だ。今夜はどこにも行かせない。それってつまり。
You guessed it, we're going to go at it all night long, little kids, especially the ones who've never even kissed before, should go home. We'd obviously be discussing all the intel we'd gathered and brainstorm our next move. But Oi didn't have the foggiest clue about that, so she stood in our way with a fire brimming in her eyes.
いくら恋人同士だからって連日連夜のエッチは許しません。もっと節度あるお付き合いをしなさい。
It's easy enough for you to say.
いいよ。だったら私も残る。それでお兄ちゃんたちを一晩中監視してやるんだから。
Two girls staying over in a guy's room is obviously not going to go over well with the dorm manager.
だったらみんなでクーちゃん家に行こう。それならいいでしょ。
I'd like to avoid that too if possible. Glanced at Kureha and she sadly nodded in agreement. The fake Uda outfit was in Kureha's room and could be exposed if I found it. Then again, she might stick her nose into our business and find out Kureha's true identity anyway if we blew her off now. Kureha, come here a second. Now that our backs were to the wall, I brought Kureha over to the corner of the room and whispered discreetly into her ear. What are you getting turned on for? This is a serious conversation, so pay attention. Right. Our love for Aoi is a hostage, so why don't we sleep separately tonight? If I betray you, you can do whatever you want with Aoi.
葵を差し出すだと？ひどい 班にもいたものだな。この皮かぶりの悪魔。
If you're gonna say that, then you're the demon who stole my humanity. Anyway, always very important to me. All the more reason I'm offering her as a hostage. You get what this means, I assume.
絶対に裏切らぬ。
Exactly.
まあいいだろう。私も葵に話したいことがある。今日は別々に寝るとしよう。
Really? Thank you, it's a big help.
ちょっと二人とも何こそこそ話してるの？そういうプレイなの？耳元にエロスを感じてるの？
I mean, the whole like blowing into the ear thing apparently is. I won't fucking know. Where the fuck did I put this? There we go. Actually, no, let it stay there. It is a turn on to whisper in someone's ear, but that's not what's going on.
相談の結果、私だけお前の部屋に泊まることになった。それなら構わないだろ？え？くーちゃんが私の部屋に？ああ、よろしく頼む。やったー！くーちゃんとお泊まりだ。そうと決まれば急いで帰ろう。すぐ帰ろう。兄は放っておいてもいいのか？いいのいいの、あんなの。それよりお部屋にレッツゴー。
I gave Kureha a quick nudge on the back and hummed her way out of the room. All that remained was her lingering "that guy" comment, an empty bottle of booze, and a modest amount of snacks. Well, guess it turned out all right in the end. It was entirely possible that Kureha had wanted to tell Aoi her identity. That would make things much easier. With Aoi's assistance, I could probably even persuade Kureha. Alright, time to celebrate. Pour some booze into my sake cup and offered a toast to the condom models adorning my shelves. As long as Kureha had her sights on me, this may be the last time I'd be in my room alone for a while. Better polish off another model by morning so I wouldn't leave any lingering regrets. What a pretty day. Turned to the bright, warm sun, stretched my arms out over my head, and felt a sudden surge of energy. I was able to drink and assemble condom models yesterday, so I had no complaints. More than anything, getting to sleep in my own bed made me feel like I was in tip-top shape. Sleeping under one roof with Kureha wasn't bad either, but the difference between a bed and a bamboo mat was night and day in terms of comfort. Thank goodness I offered Aoi as a hostage. As an aside, I managed to leave some of my belongings and booze at Kureha's place last night. I considered looking for the Celestial Scroll while Kureha was staying night always, but getting too greedy would probably lead to a world of pain. Besides, Kureha trusted me enough to stay with my sister, and I didn't want to do anything to break that trust.
お兄ちゃん、時間通り出てきたか。変態にしてはよくできたな。
You too. In the course of doing calisthenics between the bamboo dorms, Aoi and Kureha appeared off at the corner of the road. Got an email from Aoi earlier that morning that said, "We need to talk, let's go to school together." And so, here I was.
お兄ちゃん!
Yeah?
まさか、そんなことになってたなんて。私、全然知らなかったよ。もっと早く相談してくれていれば、いろいろ仕込むことができたのに。でも、私はお兄ちゃんの妹だもんね。お手伝いはできないか。
What the fuck did you tell her, Kureha?
いや、でも、ペロペロくらいならできたと思うんだ。今更言っても遅いけどね。
Huh? What? What the? What's going on? What's she going on about? Help me with what? What's this about licking?
だから私決めたよ。 二人の仲を全力で応援する。クーちゃん、私の分までお兄ちゃんをよろしくね。
Huh? Huh? What? We'd only been apart for a night, but so what was this 180? What the hell happened last night? Hey, Kureha, what happened last night?
葵の誤解を解いておこうと思って。私たちは深い仲ではない。それというのも、お前が ED だからとな。
Erectile dysfunction? Erectile dysfunction was like that, right? Putting it completely bluntly, it meant I couldn't get it up,
性
right?
欲はあるくせに、いざ本番になると毎回あそこがないでしまう。だから私もお前もまだ経験はない。連日連夜同勤していたのも ED の治療のため。浦部圭介はヘタレで不能で変態だなんて説明したら、葵の態度が変わってな。私たちを応援してくれるようになったんだ。騙す手間が省けてよかったな。
Honest God, it would be hilarious if at this he just looked at her for a second, then looked over at Aoi. Kureha Tsuchigumo. Listen up, you span shit like this without talking to me, and I will fucking do shit like this. You're lucky it's just Aoi. Aoi's not a problem. But watch your fucking self. What's that to be thankful about? What crazy ideas are you putting into my sister's head?
安心しろ。ED の彼氏に尽くしてるということで、私の株は上がった。計画に何ら支障はない。
But my stock has totally taken has taken a total nosedive. This is the biggest single day loss my life has ever seen. What a nightmare. Why did this have to happen? Seriously, who was I going through? Why was I going through with
お兄
this?
ちゃん、これからクーちゃんと一緒に暮らして治療に励むんでしょ。いいよ、お泊まりだって許しちゃう。寮の方は私に任せて。うまいこと管理人さんに言い訳しておくから。だから二人は愛を、どうか愛を実らせてください。
I'll do my best. It was bad. Aoi was totally convinced I had a limp dick. It was probably too late to correct her too. It was embarrassing enough to be a virgin, but now I was stuck with the erectile dysfunction label. Guess no one was gonna want me for a husband for sure. That same day, lunchtime came at long last without incident. That said, something strange had happened today. Akari-kana and Kumakichi didn't show up to class. They were most likely all patrolling around the island to search for the fake Ura. I felt bad, especially when they were working so hard, but I needed to see how things were going to play out with Kureha a little while longer. Who knows, maybe this could lead to helping her in the long run.
おい、どうした？行かないのか？
Huh? Kureha looked away and was holding out a rectangular box wrapped in pink handkerchief. There was a chopstick case and on top of the bundle, most likely a lunchbox. I see, I was momentarily dumbfounded, but I guess I had made plans to eat lunch with Kureha in the committee room. What's with the lunchbox? Did Aoi give it to you?
違う。これは私が作った。
You did?
葵が作れとうるさくてな。いらないだろ、別にいいんだぞ。捨ててくる。
Tossing it would be a waste. You went to all the trouble, so I'll graciously accept it.
こうならやる。全身全霊を持って私に感謝しろ。
Let me actually open this again so it can cool down a little. Yeah, thank you. Really, the food you make tastes amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm really looking forward to it.
そんな嬉しそうな顔するんじゃない。
Is someone feeling embarrassed? Sound like I hit a nerve. Kureha's cheeks turned bright red and she turned away from me. I knew she was a good person deep down. I'd love to convince Kureha to give up on the mystic treasures and lead an ordinary
昼は
life.
短い。飯を食いながらでいいから、大竹丸について調べを進めるぞ。
Hey, Kureha, are you really planning on stealing the magic mallet?
当たり前だ。 そのために私はここにいる。小槌を使って借金をチャラにするんだ。
Whole thing bothers me. If you can make money so easily, won't you rely on the mallet again the next time you're in trouble? Once you've gotten a taste of luxury, I doubt you'll be able to relinquish that mallet as long as you live.
お前の言いたいことはわかる。だが、私だって労働の尊さは知っている。借金を返したら、小槌は封印する。使うのは今回だけだ。
So you say.
うるさい。お前は余計な心配をするな。黙って私に従っていればいいんだ。いいたらいいんだ。ほら、休んでないで資料を探せ。
What the heck? You just said we could read and eat at the same
誰も
time.
休んでいいとは言ってないぞ。食べながら探すんだ。そのために弁当を作ってきてやったんだからな。
With that, Kureha cut the conversation short and vanished deeper into the room on her own. Damn it, Kureha. She seemed convinced that the magic mallet would be the answer to all her problems. It was clear my complaints would fall on deaf ears, too. If it came down to it, I might need to snatch the magic mallet from her right before she claimed it as her own. I'm sure it would come as a massive shock and a good lecture from Kureha-Route. I'm sure it would come as a massive shock, and a good lecture from Kureha-Route might make Kureha reconsider. Yeah, that might work.
あら、もしかしてこれはクレアちゃんの手作り弁当。
Ah, Senpai, when did you get here?
こんにちは。鍵が開いていたので入ってきちゃいました。お前はクーニャンもどうも。今日も変わらず小さくて可愛いですね。それは嫌味なのか。嫌味なんだな。
Kureha quickly hid behind me, snarled, and stared at Senpai's chest. The fact she instantly turned to me for help did make me happy.
お二人はお食事中だったんですよね。あれはなさらないのですか？あれって。ですから、はい、あなた、あーんって。そんな気色悪いこと誰がするか！しないのですか？恋人同士なのに？ラブラブなのに？
Every couple acts different. That's all you need as an excuse. Just say the truth. Every couple acts different. Some couples do that. Other couples both agree doing that is kind of cringe, so they're not gonna do it. Quite frankly, the majority probably thinks that.
世の中にはしないカップルもいるんだ。むしろしない方が普通だ。そうなのですか。私はてっきり皆さんしているものとばかりでしたら、私が代わりにしてもよろしいですか？一度殿方にしてみたかったんです。この前はお兄様がお弁当をすべて食べてしまいましたからね。
Senpai opened up her lunch, plucked up a bite of food with her chopsticks, and brought it straight to my mouth.
ケイスケ君、
ダメ
だ。そういうのは恋人である私だけに与えられた特権だ。先輩にはする権利がない。あら、そうですか。それは残念です。
Kureha barged her way between us, and Senpai dejectedly drooped her shoulders. As I was disappointed myself a little further, and I would have made every man's dream. I would have made every man's dream of a girl feeding me side dishes while squeaking and giggling a reality. What? I guess this isn't the sex scene soundtrack, but the romantic scene soundtrack. if you're willing, then I wouldn't say no. Oh, could this be leading into...
先輩がさっきから不思議そうな目でこっちを見てる。ここでしないと疑われるかもしれない。だから、特に深い意味はないんだからな。勘違いするなよ。
Kureha muttered and grabbed a bite of potatoes with her chopsticks. They were likely leftovers from yesterday's nikorogashi. Then she held it up to my mouth. Oh! She forced it straight into my mouth.
私の作った飯はうまいだろ、だけん。うまかったらワンと言え。
Woof, delicious.
そうだろ。そう、もっと食え。そしてそのまま食えて死ね。
Ah, my mouth is full to bursting.
これが噂に聞く恋人たちの食事風景ですか？想像と少し違うような。どうやらうまくごまかせたよ。
You're not tricking anyone. You're making her suspicious for no reason.
こういうのは慣れてないんだから仕方ないだろ。
I leaned in close and Kureha blushed and snarled at me. Oh boy. I've been looking forward to an event like this, but instead she shoved food down my throat. Couldn't even tell how it tasted like this. I want to savor your cooking more too.
すみません。どうやらお二人の邪魔をしてしまったようですね。
Nah, it's not like that, really.
そうだ、邪魔だ。せっかくの二人きりの時間が台無しじゃないか。早く帰れ。
Hey, you don't need to be so rude.
どこ？本当にごめんなさい。ですが、どうしてもお二人のお手伝いをしたくて。
Sentiment is appreciated. I'm sure you're all busy dealing with the fake Uda anyway, so please leave the committee work to us. Oh, but if that's the case, there's something. I've got a question to ask.
はい、なんでしょう。お姉ちゃんが何でもお答えしちゃいますよ。
Could you tell us anything you happen to know about Otakemaru?
大竹丸？
Yeah, I read about it in one of the texts, but they were apparently the founder of the Tsuchigumo. The fake Uda seemed to be a member of the Tsuchigumo and it piqued my interest.
お前、
Kureha eyed me cautiously and looked like she wanted to complain, but I responded with a smile. Remember what I said before, it won't cause you any trouble, so just sit back and watch.
何のお話ですか？
Nothing at all. More importantly, do you know anything regarding Otakemaru?
そうですね。資料はあまり残っていませんけど、確かあの本になら。
Senpai appeared thoughtful with her finger against her mouth and retrieved a book from the shelf. The title was The Strange Tale of Isun
こ
Boshi.
ちらは一寸法師のベースになっている伝承の中でも特別不思議なお話をまとめた資料です。その中の一つに、ほら、このページを見てください。大竹丸という名前が出てきます。
The page Senpai pointed to included a short summary of the story as well as a picture of an oni larger than a mountain. It's pretty crazy that the name of someone as huge as a mountain would show up in the strange tale of Isun Boshi.
この姿は仮のもの。いわば変身後の姿ですね。
Transformation.
はい。大竹丸は分身、変化の術が得意な鬼で、それらの術を駆使して朝廷の軍を追い払ったと伝えられています。絵に描かれた大鬼の姿も変化の術によるもの。実際の容姿は幼い女の子のようだったそうですよ。そやで乱暴な性格で、よく大鬼に変身していたことから大竹丸という男性の名で呼ばれるようになったとか。
An only girl with the ability to transform, huh? Sounds like a fairy tale. Nah, it probably was a genuine fairy tale, but... Sees your technique to grow bigger does resemble a story of Isun Boshi.
さすがは圭介くん、理解が早いですね。もともと一寸法師は鬼の類ではないかと疑われていたそうです。江戸時代に入ると百鬼夜行にも名を連ねていたとか。お話の中でも お世話になった宰相を騙して娘をさらうなど、やってることも結構やんちゃなんです。そして大竹丸もまた鬼の子で、秘宝を持ち逃げした土蜘蛛の始祖一寸法師との共通項も多く、彼女は何らかの秘宝、それこそ内出の小槌を使って姿を変えたのではないかと、この資料では説かれていますね。私が知っている大竹丸に関するお話は以上です。他に関係するものといえば、大竹丸の魂を鎮める慰霊碑が港にあることくらいでしょうか。
Memorial? Something like that.
港のある広場はかつての決戦場の一つでして。
邪魔するぞ。
お兄様。
やはりここにいたか。休みの間は俺から離れるなと言っただろう。
すみません。ではお二人とも、あとはよろしくお願いしますね。
Sure, thanks for all your help, senpai.
いえいえ、あまりお役に立てなくてすみませんでした。
Senpai apologetically bowed to us until the very end, then left the committee room with Senpai. She sure had it rough too. Senpai monitoring her around the clock. She must not have had any freedom to speak of. Then again, that could have monitoring me around the clock too. Well, wow, can't believe there's a monument to old Takemaru on this island.
何か気になることでも。
Here's the thing, even if it was bothering him, I think the more logical thing to conclusion to arrive to is this is an island that literally fucking is ruled over, quote unquote, by the three great families which chased away Oni. So why would there be a monument to an Oni? Yeah, the three great families would consider Otakemaru an enemy. Sure, there must have been some reason a monument was explicitly constructed on this island. Either a vengeful spirit tormenting the islanders time and again, or because it's sealing away some they can't dispose of.
処分できなかった何か。それって秘宝のことか。
Most likely. To appease an intense hatred, it's standard to bury either a body part or an item derived from the subject. It's entirely possible that the mallet itself could be hidden at the
先
memorial.
輩が言っていた慰霊碑ならすでに調べがついている。だが何もなさそうだったぞ。土蜘蛛の言い伝えにも大竹丸が港で討ち死にした話などはない。港にある慰霊碑は偽物だ。
Which would mean that Otakemaru actually died somewhere else. If there is a mystic treasure sealed away, that spot would be the most
そ
suspicious.
れは調べてみなければわからない。
Let's put up and search anywhere shady.
わかった。
Now the bell rang. Let's pick this back up after school's over. Cleaned up my lunch and was getting ready to head back to the classroom. Planned on coming back here after school, so there was no real need to put all the books or texts away yet. Thanks for lunch. I'll give the container back after I washed it. What's wrong?
いいよ。今度はちゃんと食べさせてやる。だからさっきみたいに怒らないでくれ。ご飯は笑顔で食べてもらった方が、私も嬉しい。
Huh?
それだけだ。まただ。
Hey! Kureha snagged her bag and ran off into the hall at full speed. Didn't get a good look, but his wore cheeks were bright red just now. It'll make her happier if I eat with a smile, huh? It's the opposite for me. My meals would be way tastier if I could watch a girl smile while I eat. And to think of it, I'd never seen Kureha with a genuine smile on her face. Kureha's heartfelt smile, huh? But it was super cute. Headed to the first-year classrooms to meet Kureha when school let out for the day. This marked the third time I'd visited Kureha's class, and I figured I'd try dropping by for a change this time. Hey, is Kureha here?
あ、見てあの人。レイの2年の人よ。ほら、よくももちゃん先輩と一緒にいる。あ、ほんとだ。確か葵ちゃんのお兄さんなんだよね。それでクーちゃんの彼氏なんだよね。
Oh, there she is. Hey, Kureha, let's head to the committee room together.
ちょっとこっちに来い。
Sure? Hey, calm down. Why'd you drag me all the way here?
もう、どうしてくれる。完全に誤解されたじゃないか。
They're supposed to think you're dating? What, me going by your class? What's the big deal? We're dating. Sorry, we're pretending we're dating.
そうだ。私とお前は何でもない。騙すのは身内だけでいいんだ。それがあんなところに顔を出したら、噂がクラス上に広まるだろう。そうなったらやりづらくて仕方がない。
Well, we're only pretending to be lovers until we get the mallet anyway, so let's be patient until then.
それもそうだったな。確かに、その後のことなんて考えるだけ無駄だったな。どうせ噂になったとしても。私はこの島からいなくなるんだ。よし、そうとなったら早いところ小槌を見つけて、こんな罰ゲームのような生活ともおさらばだ。
Hey, what happened to the solemn mood we had just had going? For that matter, you called your relationship with me a punishment game. I'd like to issue a formal complaint about that.
ならば私はお前を窃盗と覗きの罪で訴えてやる。それと昨日の痴漢も追加だ。
Yesterday was clearly a force of nature. You were pretty turned on yourself, weren't you?
バカ、変なこと言うんじゃない。俺は別に。
It's really okay to be more honest with yourself. Having you know what hit you down there got you all hot and bothered, didn't you?
違う。感じてなんかない。感じてなんかいないんや。
That was a pretty funny inflection at the end. Kunyan's super cute, what'd you say?
黙れ、この18金の星から来たエロドルマン。
Yeah! Got nailed with spitting needles for the first time in ages. Oh, my body's all numb, but it feels kinda nice.
ついに本性を表したこのド M 星人め。そこで一緒砂でも舐めてる。
Triumphant smile across Kureha's face before she ran off. Took a slanted look up at her as she walked away while I remained face planted into the ground. Tried painters again today, huh? Still naive as ever, Kunya. This is exactly what they mean by losing the battle but winning the war. Later on, we hauled ourselves up to the committee room and continued searching for historical sites that were likely to have hosted decisive battles or spiritual locales where mystic treasures could be sealed away. In the course of the investigation, the place that caught Kureha's attention was Lover's Hill, isn't it?
そうだ。あそこは1000年以上前にたたら場として使われていたそうだ。
The Lover's Hill was a viewing platform on the southeast end of the island. Any couples who rang the bell placed there were said to be promised eternal love or something or other. Also, a foundry was a building in which iron was manufactured by breathing air into a furnace with ventilation devices called bellows. Miyajima was apparently famous for mining ore, copper, and gold, and in the distant past, foundries were installed all over the island.
People 人々から鬼と呼ばれ恐れられた土蜘蛛は、たたら場で自分たちの武器を作り、御三家と戦ったと資料にはあった。
Yep, consistently 2 fucking cups in these.
だがそれは表向きに伝わっている話だ。実際には大竹丸が小槌を使って武器を作り出していたのだと天の巻には書いてあったような気が。
Hey, I've got this. Your memory is all we've got to rely on for clues on the mallet.
分かってる。家にある古文書を調べればそれで済む話だ。うるさく言うの。
If you're not confident in your memory, you could just carry the manuscript around with you.
そんなことして落としたらどうする。この世に一つしかない大事な古文書なんだぞ。
That certainly will be dangerous. The most important item, the more likely, more important the item, the more likely you are to drop it. Speaking of, you know what firmly on today?
ってほら、スカートを覗こうとするな、この変態。
Ow.
バカやってる間に着いたな。
Kureha was scheduled to work today, and we eventually found ourselves at the Tea Kettle of
お前
Fortune.
といると時間があっという間だ。不思議なもんだ。
Same here. But are you really going to work? Just when it finally seemed like we found a clue too.
金を稼がねば飯に困る。飯がなければいざという時に動けない。急がば回れというやつだ。監視をしなければいけないし、お前も来い。私のために金を落とすんだ。
They're trying to bleed me dry legally. Well, why not? I was getting hungry and the place might be pretty alluring anyway.
すいません、注文お願いします。
わかった。今行くから待ってろ。
そこのちっこい子、水のおかわりよろしく。
水だと？そんなの飲む余裕があるならジュースでも頼め。お前の腹は何のためにあると思ってるんだ。
Hey now. I hadn't really noticed since we had a reservation last time I came here, but the tea kettle was packed to the gills during dinner service. The clientele was primarily schoolgirls on their way home and housewives out for a quick break. They hilariously seemed to be after the sweets that the shop put out. Hey, Kureha.
はいはい、ただいま。なんだお前か。紛らわしいから声をかけるな。店の隅で団子の串と戯れてる。
What do you mean amuse myself with dango skewers? How lonely a guy do you think I am?
何の用だ。
Just thinking that you're working really hard on your own. It's super impressive how you're putting in enough effort for both you and Akari both while she's out on patrol.
言っておくが、先輩のためじゃないぞ。店長には雇ってもらった恩もあるし、茶釜を壊した責任もある。だからいつも以上に働いてるだけだ。
See, whatever your reasons, I do think you're doing a great job. You make a few mistakes and you handle some complaints quickly. You've got a bad attitude, but you've got a super serious face while you work. You can see why Akari would rely on you.
今日はやけに優しいな。何かの罠か。
No, just saying exactly how I feel. Don't be so suspicious. The same goes for the situation with your dad, too. You're devoted to everything you do, and I don't dislike that.
ちょっと早くオーダー取りに来てよ。
わかった。
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to keep you for so
ま
long.
ったくだ。お前は余計なことをせずそこでじっとしてろ。人のことをジロジロ見るんじゃない。そんな優しい顔を向けられたら虫が狂うじゃないか。
Huh?
なんだバーカ。なんでもない。
Kureha's face flushed bright pink as she held down her skirt and ran out to take orders. She's feeling shy. That Kureha. But I enjoyed seeing that embarrassed look on her face. In fact, it was very nice.
お前は
あら、あなたは。
Girl talking to Kureha. I remember seeing her somewhere before.
久しぶりね。まさかこんなところで会えるなんて。
Is she another Tsuchigumo?
もしかして同じ学校に通ってるのかしら。小さくて今まで気づかなかったわ。
なんだと。
怒っちゃやーよ、ウェイトレスさん。スマイルスマイル。注文はもういいわ。こうしてあなたの顔を見られただけでお腹いっぱい。また来るわね。
The girl gave her a pat on the shoulder, stood up from her seat, and left the shop. Kureha stood in front of the empty table, her tiny fist trembling, without so much as watching the girl walk off. Or alternatively, she's the daughter of the people her family is indebted to. Later that night, we decided to head straight back to the Plum dorms after Kureha got off work. I was originally planning to head downtown to buy dinner, but the shopkeeper was generous enough to offer us a comped meal, so that helped cut back on food expenses.
店長には土産にお菓子までもらってしまった。これで2、3日は持つな。
Do you always live like this?
少しでも借金返済の足しになればできるだけ生活費を切り詰めている。だが秘宝が見つかればこんな生活ともおさらばだ。一刻も早く父さんを救い出さないとな。
Kureha gripped the sweets tightly in her hand and looked up at the starry sky in an effort to psych herself up. If not for the sweets, I'm sure it would have been a picture-perfect moment. By the way, who was that girl earlier? Seemed like you knew her.
お前にも関係ない。
The mood between you two was pretty intense, to be honest.
うるさいの。関係ないったら関係ないんだ。お前は余計なことを考えるなと言っただろ。黙って私についてくればいいんだ。
What the heck? I should be allowed to worry at the very least.
そんなものはいらん。目障りだ。
What's with you? I didn't.
待て。
What's wrong? Just as I was about to press Kureha for answers, she held a hand to my face and stopped me. Then she pointed a sharp glance at the
入っ
mailbox.
てる。これは。
Kureha cautiously opened the mailbox and found a small card inside. Looked like a generic piece of white paper to me. However, Kureha flipped it over and looked underneath, revealing a spider mark and a small note.
天の127。そういうことか。
What is it? What's going on?
喜べ変態。小槌のありかが分かりそうだぞ。古文書を取ってくる。お前は酒でも飲みながら待ってろ。
Sure. I followed Kureha's instructions, sat down, and poured myself a drink in Kureha's room. My booze was stored away in my gym bag in the closet, with my Ura outfit tucked safely in a hidden compartment. Shouldn't need to worry about Kureha finding the outfit as long as she wasn't a drinker. Man, now that I take another look around, this place really is run down. Cursory look around the room while I drank led me to mumbling that brief impression aloud. There were holes in the sliding doors and scuffs and scratches all over the walls and pillars. The tatami mats were going bare all over, and even the light bulbs were miniature. The vines had grown long on the veranda, thus forming a curtain and screen and all in one. The metal tub and washboard outside were most definitely being used for laundry. You've got a rough...
葵にも言ったが、安い同情はやめろ。私は自分からこの生活を選んだんだ。
You chose the debt because I don't think you'd be living like this if you were in debt. If you weren't in debt. You did?
ああ。前に父さんから手紙とともに金が送られてくると言っただろう。金があれば人並みの生活はできる。だが、それだと借金は一向に減らない。
You set that money aside and have been saving everything you've earned and worked to pay off your debt. Does that cover it? Does that about cover it?
そういうことだ。好きで貧乏になってるんだから、同情されても困る。
Chose poverty because you wanted to, huh? Three great families are responsible for all this. Don't you resent them?
小さい頃は、すべての不幸はあいつらのせいだ。必ず仕返ししてやると思っていたさ。だが、この年になれば、それが逆恨みだということにも気づく。貧乏生活を余儀なくされているのも、戦いに負けた私たちが悪いんだ。だから今はそれほど恨んでいない。人に当たってる暇があったら、1分でも長く働いて金を稼ぐさ。
Actually, really cool.
私がかっこいい。
Yeah, don't blame anyone for being poor, and you work your ass off for your dad. Could be cooler than that. I like people like that. It's not a pity or anything. I genuinely admire you.
バカ。おかしなことばかり言うんじゃない。 そういうこと言われとる。どう返していいかわからなくなる。どうした？
Oh, nothing. That was subconscious, but my heart started to race. Kunyan was so cute when she got shy.
これは褒められるような話じゃない。他に生き方を知らないだけなんだ。私は。
Kureha?
変態相手に何を語っているんだ。それより、ほら、これを見ろ。
That says... Kureha sidestepped the subject and pulled an antique-looking oversized book from her shelf. Based on how the pages were held together not by glue but by threadwork, it appeared to be a piece of homemade literature. So it's the celestial scroll you told me about before?
ここには秘宝に関する情報の他にも、土蜘蛛の歴史や一族に伝わる言い伝えなども載っている。それで、さっきのカードにあった127という数字だが、これは天の巻のページ番号を表しているんだ。
Kureha flipped the book open and turned to the 127th page. The letters inked there resembled squirming earthworms. Couldn't decipher it at a glance, but I could just barely make out the words Otakemaru.
先ほど恋人たちの丘が怪しいと言っただろう。その証拠がここにある。御三家との戦いの際、大竹丸は海の見える小高い丘に櫓を立てる。そこをたたらばと称して小槌で追い出した。だが戦いは大竹丸側の劣勢となり、彼女は最後にその櫓で命を絶ったそうだ。すると不思議なことに、小槌は光となって無産し、櫓の周囲を漂い続けたらしい。御三家は光になった小槌を封印することもできず、大竹丸の亡骸を手厚く葬ることで、なんとか場を収めたそうだ。
Wow, pretty mythical story, but wouldn't that mean the Mallet was Hesta's a kid?
この話には続きがある。何でも小槌は今も櫓の周囲を漂い続けていて、小槌を求める声に応じて再び姿を現すそうだ。呼び出す方法はこれから調べる必要があるが、櫓の場所と方法さえ分かれば小槌を手に入れることができる。そして櫓の場所の目星はついている。かつてたたらばとして使われていた恋人たちの丘だ。
What? It's a little soon to jump to that conclusion. The manuscript doesn't actually list the watchtower's location explicitly, right? From what we've read, there are lots of other foundries on this island. There's too little evidence to come to the conclusion the watchtower was on Lover's Hill.
だが、今のところ場所が割れているのは恋人たちの丘だけだ。たとえ 1% でも可能性があるなら行って調べてみる価値がある。
That's right.
なら
Yes.
話は決まりだ。今すぐ恋人たちの丘へ向かうぞ。
I'm telling you, wait a second. It's fine to make that hill your target, but what are you planning on investigating there and how? All we know is the location. Besides, it could be a trap. It's beyond suspicious that a letter addressed to you just happened to show up on your mailbox.
それなら安
In
心し
your
ろ。
mailbox.
カードに書かれてるマークは土蜘蛛のものだ。それに、あのページに小槌の情報が書かれているのを知っているのは、私の知る限り父さんだけだ。
You're suggesting the card came from your father.
そういうことだ。きっと父さんは、私が偽裏として行動しているのを知って、手を貸してくれたんだ。
Some tells me that's not the case. Some tells me they're being taken for a ride here.
父さんは私に助けを求めている。土蜘蛛として一旗あげることを望んでいるんだ。
We think so. Even if her old man had sent her the card, the timing was just too convenient. I could only imagine it meant we were being watched. If that were true, he should just come out and introduce himself. In fact, he hadn't meant there was either some special reason, or that this was a trap.
とにかく恋人たちの丘へ行くぞ。善は急げだ。
I get why he's rammed up, but you have to calm down. You should be more careful.
さっきからうるさいな。お前、私に協力してくれるんじゃなかった。
I will work with you, but in the sense that I want to help you. I don't want to let you walk straight into what may be a trap. I'm worried about you. Oh, don't get the wrong idea and get pissed at me. There's no deeper meaning behind it. Get caught, I'm sure Aoi will be upset too. I don't want to see her sad.
So da na. Aoi ga kanashimu darou shi na.
Is that the noise of someone being jealous? You mad about something? No, she was in an awfully sideways mood. Maybe forcing her to stop was a bad move. Still, it'd be pointless, and I stopped her right here and now. However, I decided to stay at Kureha's side in order to help her. I've said this before, but I don't think using the mallet to make money is a good idea. Why don't you come up with another way? Think about it for a second. Do you really think you'll be able to find happiness using a mallet? You've somewhat come this far all on your own. So wouldn't it be bad? So would it really be so bad to keep working to pay back the debt? Huh?
お前は何も分かってない。すぐそばに家族がいるお前なんかに私の気持ちは分からない。地道に働いて金を返すならこれからもずっと一人でいろというのか、父さんを苦しめ続けるというのか。私はそんなの嫌だ。今すぐ父さんに会いたい。会って抱きしめてほしいんだ。
Kureha. I was at a loss for words. A young guy like me couldn't come up with enough money to save her father. Phantom Thief Uda wasn't some robber who could steal money and property from ordinary people either. What was it then that I could do for Kureha? Be a partner who helped steal the mallet? It wasn't right either. It was wrong. But I didn't know what the right answer was. True enough, nothing I could say was the least bit persuasive. But regardless, I don't want to let you go, even if all that amounts to is a selfish whim.
そうか。なら、これ以上の問答は無用だな。悪いがお前にはここにいてもらう。連れて行っても足手まといにしかならないからな。
With that said, she took out her ninja outfit out of her
今
dresser.
から着替える。お前は外を向いてろ。
No, I'm gonna stay here and watch you change. You won't be able to go anywhere if I do that, will
い
you?
い度胸だ。眼球えぐるぞ。
Try it if you've got the nerve. Kureha acted bothered by what I had said and looked away. The time we'd spent together, I learned Kureha talked big game, but was too much of a chicken to actually follow through. No matter what she said, she was a good person. She wouldn't do anything that would have hurt someone else.
ならば、おとなしくそこで寝ていろ。
Crap! Oh yeah, she had numbing needles. Damn it! I didn't think you'd use those here.
すまんな。だが、言うことを聞かないお前が悪いんだぞ。危険なことは私一人でやる。お前はそこでじっとしていればいいんだ。
That said, Kureha went behind me and started undressing. I could hear the rustling of fabric rubbing together behind me. The fact that I felt sexually charged from sound alone in this situation just went to show how manly a guy I could be. I'm gonna just do this here real quick, hold on. Also, how naive Kureha. Numbing needles aren't enough to stop me. Those needles may have paralyzed me, but as long as I have my only strength and sexual desire, I can turn around and peep on you changing. I mean, I can still stop you.
先輩、そのままでいてくれ。
Senpai, just stay like that, she says, huh? If I knew what Kureha was hugging me. For that matter, what was she saying? She didn't strip off my clothes, huh? Oh, Kureha didn't want me to... Did you want me to stop you all along? Did you want someone to love you? If that's all you wanted, you should have told me sooner. Very well, like, you can cry in my arms if you want to. Wait, huh? How strange. Why was it hanging from the ceiling all of a sudden? Where's he at? The rope was digging into my bare skin. What are you doing?
喜べ、ド M の犬畜生。お前のためにいつもよりきつく巻いておいたぞ。自力で抜け出しても服を脱がしておいたから助けを呼びに行けないだろ。そのまま外に出たら見事なストリーキングの誕生だ。
You're cruel, Kunya!
お前はそこでおとなしくしてろ。帰ってきたら夜食でも作ってやる。
Hey! Kureha cut me off and left the room without turning back. Yeesh, Kureha didn't give any consideration whatsoever to the possibility she might not come back, huh? She said she'd make dinner when she got home. In that case, I'd better make her keep that promise. Would have been ninja art escape technique. Let me explain. The Ura ninja art escape technique was a display of power in which I focused strength throughout my entire body to break through the ropes and free myself from my bindings. It was more of a feat of strength than a ninja art, but no matter! Anything sounded cool once you gave it a technique name. Okay then, guess I'd better follow her. I retrieved my Ura outfit from my bag in the closet. Although I hadn't been able to bring any heavy equipment, I should be more than able to fight with my Oni baton. Avoiding combat would be best, but I definitely got a bad feeling about what was yet to come. Wait for me, Kureha. Don't do anything rash until I get there. There's still so many things I wanted to talk to you about. Sparks flew before my very eyes, and I could hear the shrill clang of weapons cleaving through the still air. I passed Lover's Hill and made my way deep into the mountain. Both the chief and Kureha were confronting their prey, the ninja sword and bokken at the ready.
なかなかやるでござるね。拙者の回転宮内6連をすべて弾き返すとは。
お前はどこのお庭番衆だ。まあいい。そうやって余裕でいられるのも。
Kureha reached for the pouch fastened to her arm and pulled out a handful of needles and fired them in the chief's direction.
くらえ、無限針。
Needles of various shapes and sizes launched from Kureha's hands. Looked like a machine gun had fired a barrage of bullets as Kureha's weapons propelled through the air. But... mere seconds before the needles made impact, the chief took cover in the shade of the trees and vanished. Not a moment later did he circle behind Kureha and swing his ninja sword down upon her shoulder. Whoops. Oh, that's far enough. It's presumptuous to think that I'll name myself just because you asked, but allow me to fill you in. The Oni mask which dances in the darkened night, and the truth and doji of lore who sups on the moon's reflection. World famous master thief Phantom Thief Ura has arrived. Hey, looks like we meet again, young imposter. Also chief of the Sakagami Ninja Squadron. She and I need to have a quick chat. Yep, I've got something important to discuss. Now that I had the chief's full undivided attention, I leapt down from the trees and stepped in between them. Okay, now let's take a step back and calm down. Let's start by having you put down your weapon there, Chief. It'll be bad if someone gets hurt. I did. There's something we need to talk about. Whoa, what's that square look for? Well, now that I can actually see your face under that mask. Well, not that I can actually see your face under that mask. Made you laugh though, didn't it? Drastic change of mood likely meant negotiation was possible. Better get this discussion over with before the chief changed his mind. What are you fidgeting for? Need the bathroom? Kureha bent her waist at a right angle and held out a white envelope to me. Although she'd already spoiled me early on its contents, it did make my heart race and felt as though I was getting a real love letter. Can I open it? I'm supposed to catch him! Yet this man is over here. Oh, the dead really happened. Hell yeah!
茶化すな。これはそういうのではない。
I know. I'd assumed you've elaborated on why you've been using my name.
さすがだ。何でもお見通しだな。
告白ではなかったでござるか。ある意味安心したでござる。で、その文にはなんと。
Well, wait, I'll read it now. I opened the envelope and looked over the letter. The note described everything Kureha had told me previously and only made her that much more credible in my eyes. See, you need the mystic treasures in order to save your father, is that right?
そうだ。事情は分かってくれたか。
Yes, of course.
それじゃ協力を。
Wait, you seem to be expecting something from me, but you're barking up the wrong tree. I am a phantom thieves who steals mystic treasures to protect them, while you seek to use them for personal gain. These two concepts are incompatible. Find another way to repay your father's debt. It's for your own good.
そんな。お前は弱い者の味方じゃないのか。
Are you weak? You've impersonated me, slipped through the three great families' watchful eyes, and all while working diligently to rescue your father. I don't believe anyone who can manage such feats all on their own is weak. With your determination and ability to take action, I'm sure you could accomplish anything.
そんなことはない。私がここにいるのはこの道しか残されていなかったからだ。他に道を知らなかっただけだ。私は小さい頃から土蜘蛛として育てられた。秘宝を盗んで借金を返す以外に父さんを救う方法を思いつかなかった。だから特別強い意志があるわけじゃない。すごい行動力があるわけでもない。私は立ち止まるのが怖くて無理やり前へ足を進めてるだけのただの弱虫なんだ。
お主。
The way I see it, acknowledging your weakness is another sign of strength.
ほら。
I understand what you're saying. By the way, I can't help you, and it shouldn't be my job to guide you down the right path. If you really need help, why not ask someone close to you for advice? I'm sure you have at least one person in your life who worries about you.
近にいる人間って誰があんな変態に相談するか。そんなことをするくらいだったら諦めた方がマシだ。
ん？誰か頼れそうな男でもいるでござるか？まさか彼氏でござるか？
違う。あいつはそういうんじゃない。そういうんじゃないんだ。
Ooh, what was with this? The reaction? Perhaps she was a little self-conscious around me, or maybe discussing romance simply bothered her. Whichever that was, I was happy to know that I was the first person she thought of.
話に割って入ってすまぬが、拙者からも良いでござるか。もしも秘宝を諦めて怪盗家業から手を洗いたいと考えているなら、カナ様に相談してみるのも手でござるよ。
坂上かなに。
さよう。坂上家には訳ありの者が数多く集っておる。中には借金を肩代わりしてもらう代わりに力を貸している者もおる。坂上家は実力主義。来る者拒まず素性も気にせぬ。カナ様に頼めばきっとよくしてくれるでござる。
Well, isn't that nice? Why not try asking her?
拙者が口添えもする。怖がらずに、まずは文句を叩くでござるよ。
いや、それはダメだ。坂上家は御三家の一員だ。土蜘蛛最後の生き残りである私が敵に尻尾を振るわけにはいかない。父さんだってそんなこと望んでないだろう。父さんは土蜘蛛最高を諦めていないんだから。
親父殿が土蜘蛛最高を諦めていない。なぜそう思うでござる？
このカードがその証拠だ。父さんはこのカードで小槌のありかのヒントをくれた。つまり私に一旗あげろと言っているんだ。だからまだ諦めるわけにはいかない。坂上家に尻尾を振るくらいならたとえ一人になっても土蜘蛛を再興してみせる。
バカな、そんなことは誰も。
御用だ御用だ。
追ってか。
Let's fall back for now, young imposter. Come with me.
待て！
Threw a smoke bomb to the ground and fled the scene. He briefly glanced back at the chief, who appeared dumbfounded in a frozen place before disappearing into the depths of the forest. We should be fine now that we've come this far. Upon making our way out of the forest and climbing a rock wall up to the plaza where azaleas blossomed, I turned my face to Kureha behind me. The nighttime forest was spread out in the background behind me, and it would likely take some time before the ninja reached this place.
助かった。重ねて礼を言わせてもらう。
It's fine, really. Rescuing lost lambs is Fenubdizura's job. As I said, we're not parting up. However, I'd be happy to work with you if you have a change of heart and give up on the mystic treasures.
それは
Give it some thought. I'll expect an answer next time we meet. Say ya. Broke away from Kureha, her hand still reaching out to me, and slipped into the forest. Fenubdizura was elusive and no one could be allowed to chase after him. Alright, I need to get back to being a hopeless half-naked pervert. After parting with Kureha, I hurried back to the room and laid down on the tatami mat and only my underwear. It obviously wasn't possible to hang myself from the ceiling without help, so I would just say I struggled until I fell down. Even so.
私がここにいるのはこの道しか残されていなかったからだ。私は立ち止まるのが怖くて無理やり前に足を進めてるだけだ。ただの弱虫なんだ。
Never knew Kureha felt that way. Though she mentioned wanting to take over for her old man or revive Tsuchigumo, Kureha seemed to be conflicted about that decision. She seemed convinced her dad was giving her a push on the back and forcing her to move forward, but there may still be enough time to save her. If I could just point Kureha down a different path, then I was sure. Hey, welcome back.
まだ起きてたのか。
Yeah, I was worried about you, so I've just been hanging out here.
心配って。
Why's your face all red?
うるさい。このタイミングでおかしなことを言うな。まったく。どうして私のそばにはこんなやつしかいないんだ。
As she was home, I cracked a few jokes at her expense, and it only made her well-timed reactions all the more entertaining. By the sound of it, Ura's words had touched her. That was a good sign. So, how'd it go?
忍者と裏に邪魔された。
Told you so. You've got to be more careful.
うるさいな。
That Kureha let out a huge sigh and sat down beside me. It was funny how close she was sitting, given her general aversion to physical contact. Additionally, she hadn't noticed, or had yet to mention, my sitting on the floor when I should have been hanging from the ceiling. I guess the events earlier must have become as a massive shock. You look super upset. Did Ura turn you down?
それは
I was alright.
うるさい。お前には関係ないだろ。そもそも人に頼ろうとしたのが間違いだったんだ。これからは私一人でやる。
It's giving up on the mystic treasures and walking the respectable path, not an option.
その話か。お前も同じことを言うんだな。
You do?
裏は私に秘宝を諦めて別の道を探せと言った。道が見つからないなら身近な人間に相談しろとも。
Someone close to you, huh? Har har.
なんでそこで笑うんだ。
Oh, no
と
reason.
にかく裏のアドバイスも忍者の申し出も受け入れるわけにはいかない。私はこれまで通り小槌を狙う。
What was the ninja's advice?
現場に居合わせた坂上の忍者が言ってたんだ。うちに来れば坂上かなが借金を肩代わりしてくれるかもしれないとな。
Sounds like a good deal. Why not give it a try?
本当に言うな。私には土ゴムとしてのプライドがある。敵に尻尾を触れるか。
Honest God, one thing to say, like enemy. If you call them an enemy, does that mean you plan to start another war? It's that easy. She does not feel entirely confident. And something like that, and something like that, like, oh, so you still fucking feel the need to refer to them as enemies, and you're planning to revive the Tsuchigumo, so that means you're going to war, aren't you? because that's everything you're fucking pointing at.
それにそんなことをしたらきっと父さんが悲しむだろう。
Personally, I think it's a much more reliable and safe option than targeting the mystic treasures and making enemies of the three great
な
families.
ぜだなぜ
Huh?
そうやって私を秘宝から遠ざけようとする。
I don't want you to get hurt, especially when we finally became friends.
たちだと
Yeah, I do. Am I wrong for thinking that?
違うな。私とお前は打算的な関係だ。
It may have been the catalyst, but isn't it different now? At the very least, I consider you a friend.
そんな思われても困る。迷惑だ。
Even so, that's how I feel, and there's no escaping it. Give it up.
いいだろ。なら嫌われることをしてやる。今日は朝までそこにいろ。自分の立場というものを再確認するんだ。
With that declaration, Kureha went back inside by herself and locked the door. I thought I'd been set free from being tied up all night, but she drove my half-naked body out of the room instead. Still, she told me to do what she needed to make me hate her, but all she did was drive me out of her room. Her ideas were so childish and cute. Okay, I guess I'll sleep on the ground for the night. Don't freak out if you find my cold, dirty body on the ground tomorrow morning. She must have been in earshot as I heard Kureha groan from the other side of the wall. Seconds later, the sliding door opened and she tossed out a towel. What's this? Is our match over?
それをかぶって寝ろって意味だ。行き先で死なれても困る。
I knew you were actually a decent person. Kureha replied and slowly closed the door behind her. However, she left a crack in the door and continued to speak.
誰が何と言おう。私はこれからも小槌を狙う。お前は私に協力する義務があるんだ。
Aren't you going to stop relying on others?
頼るわけじゃない。私はお前を使うんだ。別に他に頼れる奴がいないからじゃないんだぞ。勘違いするなよ。
I'm content with that, at least for now. Anyway, I'm looking forward to working with you, Kunya. Alright, while we're at it, why don't we have a strategy meeting?
リーダーは私だ。まったく、お前はつくづく扱いづらいやつだな。
What's up? Want to talk outside?
こんな場所で話をしたら誰かに聞かれるだろう。着替えも終わったし、中へ入れ。
I don't mind if I do. Can I put on some clothes while I'm at it?
どうして裸なんだ。私遅きか。
You're the one who took my clothes off.
まあ、いいから早く中へ入れ。裸の男を戸口に立たせてたなんて噂が立ったら、私生活にも支障が出る。
Even you worry about stuff like that.
私ではなく、お前と葵に迷惑が。
Huh?
いや、なんでもない。とにかく上がれ。
Kureha opened the door in a huff and turned to face
茶漬
me.
けでいいか。
What?
和食だ。残飯と出がらしの茶でよければ作るぞ。たくあんもつけてやろう。
Yeah, that sounds good. All the food you make is delicious, so I'm looking forward to it.
ただの茶漬けだぞ。そんなに期待されても困る。
Guess you're right. It's fine, though. Sure, whatever you make will taste good.
変なプレッシャーかけるの。たく
Kureha stood in the doorway grumbling until I came inside. She surely was a conscientious person in everything she did. Thanks for keeping your promise. I honestly thought I'd never get to see you again.
お前を残したまま捕まるようなヘマはしない。
Oh, that was smooth. Got me choked up a little, too.
うるさい。いいから飯にするぞ。私もお腹がペコペコなんだ。
Sounds like you're a healthy girl.
そういう意地悪を言うやつは飯抜きだ。ちゃんとたくあんだけ食べてろ。
What? That's cruel, Kunya. Ouch! She gently prodded me in the head and puffed up her cheeks while closing the door. She seemed to be down in the dumps ever since she came home. She back to her usual grumpy self. Rather than when she was upset, Kureha was much cuter when she was being a bit feisty. When she was a bit feisty. So tired.
何ちんたら歩いてるんだ。背筋を伸ばしてしっかり歩け。
Yeah. Now that the weekend was over and the following Monday had arrived, Kureha and I began the day by walking to school together. In all of our conversations thus far, we agreed to keep a certain subject to ourselves. That was...
変態。
ん？
恋人に対して変態って呼ぶのはやはりおかしいだろうか。呼び方を変えた方がいいかな。
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it.
そうか。じゃあ、その、ケーニャン。
Sorry, it was so cute and it just slipped out. A bashful Kureha was the best in every possible way. We just kept up and we started acting like a real couple, and I was sure everything would work out in this coming weekend. It happened yesterday afternoon. Upon further investigation into manuscripts to pin down the exact location of the mallet, Kureha's eyes suddenly sparkled and she leaned in close.
おい変態、天の巻に面白いことが書かれていたぞ。
What is it?
そうだ、ここを見ろ。ここだ、ここ。
Kureha pressed her body right up against my shoulder and pointed to one of the manuscript's pages.
前に小槌は呼び声に応じて戻ってくると話しただろ。その条件がここに書かれている。なんでも小槌は最初の契約者である大竹丸の血を継ぐ者にしか扱えないらしい。当然資格がないと再召喚もできない。呼び出す方法はわからないが資格者が小槌の眠る土地に赴けば伝承にあったように周辺が光り輝くらしい。
We'll be able to figure out where the mallet's been hiding if we just walk around with the descendant of the old Takemaru.
そういうことだ。そして聞いて驚け。その子孫こそが何を隠そう、この私なのだ。
Huh? You are?
母さんは大竹丸の血を今に受け継ぐ住吉家の長女でな。土蜘でもそれなりの地位についていたらしい。その娘である私も薄くはあるが大竹丸の血を継いでいるんだ。
Kureha replied and proudly puffed out her tiny titties. Kinda think of it, old Takemaru was known for being short, right? That alone seemed to resemble Kureha pretty well, but I never imagined she'd be a genuine descendant of old Takemaru. Did that mean old Takemaru had tiny boobs too? Yeah, that's why old Takemaru used the magic mallet to transform into a mountain-sized Oni. Her boobs would get bigger with the rest of her.
なんだ、なぜ私の胸をジロジロ見ている。
That's not right, Kureha. You shouldn't rely on the magic mallet to make your boobs bigger. All natural is the way to go.
いきなり何を言い出すんだ。誰がそんなこと考えるか。バカバカしい。
She actually thought about it. God damn it. Given how flustered she was, it sounded like that idea had crossed her mind at least once. The mallet-powered tiny titty nurturing project.
ほら、それより話を戻すぞ。とにかく、私は大竹丸の血を引いているんだ。つまり、私が歩けば小槌に当たるという寸法だな。
In that case, is there any way you've experienced any strange reactions in the course of your daily life so
いや
far?、
特に意識していないけど、どこでどんな反応があったかわからない。問題になっている恋人たちの他にも、今まで足を踏み入れたことはなかったしな。
Love as hell, huh? I'm really sure it's
そんな
that.
の言ってみればわかることだ。反応があれば正解。なければ別の場所を探せばいい。
Sounds simple in theory, but after what happened last time?
坂上の忍者か。
Right, you've gone there once before, so I'd bet anything they've beefed up their security since then. No matter what's resting there, their objective is to catch you.
私が先走ったせいか。
Yeah, you reap what you sow.
うるさいな。だったら忍者たちを欺いて小槌を手に入れるまでだ。
Those ninjas are much more talented than they look. From what I heard, didn't the chief ninja put up a good fight yesterday?
確かにあいつは危険だ。森に入った途端いきなり背後を取られた。十分警戒していたというのに。
Right, they've definitely upped their security since then. Sneaking in at night would be suicide. Thankfully, Lover's Hill is a hill where it's known for lovers going there. Would you look at that? You have your cover. We looked out that we only ran into the chief last time, but it wouldn't amount to a simple Mallet search if more ninjas and Akari's group were to show up unannounced. Stealing treasure in a scuffle personally got me fired up, but that strategy wouldn't suit someone as cautious as Kureha. On that note, how about we go and perform some reconnaissance this afternoon? All we gotta do is get to the get on the hill itself.
そうだな。それが一番安全で確実だ。まずは小槌のありかを特定したい。
Sounds like a plan. Fortunately for us, it's a famous date spot, and no one should suspect us if we're hanging around there. What's wrong?
たとえ演技でもお前とデートしなくちゃいけないのかと思うと。ああ、やはり強さの打つ筋が痛い。
That's an oddly erotic name, but what the hell muscle is that? It'd stick out like a sore thumb if we walked around Lover's Hill bickering the whole time. Actually, you know what? Fuck, let me look it up. Sternomastoid muscle. Sternomastoid. There's apparently this muscle here. It goes from here to here, roughly. It's a cervical muscle. We'd stick out of the we'd stick out like a sore thumb if we walked around Lover's Hill bickering the whole time. Could be problematic if the ninjas caught on to us while we were in our school uniforms too. How did it come to this? Hey, Kureha, I think it's time for us to settle down together.
いきなり何をくしばしっているんだ。私たちは別に結婚を前提にしたお付き合いをしているわけではなくて、そもそもこれは演技なわけで。
Wait, calm down. I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying we should train a little bit so we look like a genuine couple. Yeah, let's learn to behave naturally as a couple before next weekend so we can fool the ninjas. With that, Kureha and I would work together and become a genuine couple. We'd flirt whenever possible, gaze into each other's eyes, and top it off with a bunch of sweet, lovey-dovey conversation. I think that's at least that's how it was supposed to go.
屈辱だ。どうして私がこんな目に。そうだ、相手を葵に変えよう。そうすれば何の問題もない。
That's fine, but how are you gonna explain it if the Mallet shows up out of thin air? You don't want Aoi to find out you're the fake Ura, do you?
でも、私一人で。
If you do, then I might run away. Weren't you keeping me under round-the-clock surveillance?
どうすればいいんだ。若い美空でけなものに低層を捧げろというのか。
Hey, watch it with the insults. Come on, just give up and flirt with me a little. It'll help improve your piss-poor romance skills anyway.
その軽いノリが嫌なんだ。恋というのはもっとこう甘酸っぱい感じのだな。何を言わせるんだ。恥ずかしいだろ。
Nah, you set yourself up for that one. How about that? The romance she envisioned was a bit sweet. She's surprisingly girly when you want it to be. Let's start off by holding hands. When you think of a couple holding hands, it's kind of a staple.
そういうものなのか。じゃあ、こう。
Kureha timidly held out her hand as her cheeks flushed a bright shade of pink. When it touched her fingertips, Kureha's shoulders trembled and she stepped away. Oh, what's wrong? That was a cute noise too. Such a cute noise too.
前の指がくすぐった
Oh, that's great. Act embarrassed just like that and it'll be perfect.
今のは演技じゃない。
あ
いや、なんでもない。とにかく、こうやって手をつなげば、恋人らしく見えるんだな。
Korea's cheeks were tinged the slightest shade of red as she interlaced her fingers with mine. Her hand was so small compared to mine, and I could feel heat radiating from her palm. It's so cute and tiny. It's much more obvious now that I'm holding it. This is why you're supposed to blush. What you just said really hurt.
じゃあ嫌なの。吐き気しか催さん。
The road to becoming a lovey-dovey couple is so far off. Alright, in that case, let's have the sort of conversation you think couples would have. That should make things easier to understand.
その前に一ついいか？さっきの会話がお前の思い浮かべる恋人同士の会話なのか？
Yeah, I guess.
これだから童貞紳士は。
Stop, the knife from art can only go in so deep. In reality, I had very little dating experience. I wasn't about to have any fluid romantic conversations anytime soon. Even though he did say that he's had multiple relationships before, it's just that they were all half-assed. Regardless, I was still trying my hardest to act like a boyfriend should. Not that I seemed to be getting across to Kureha.
恋人同士の会話か。
From that note, she turned to face me and fell silent. What the? Why was she suddenly staring at me? Despite my confusion, Kureha continues to gaze up at me. Her expression reminded me of a kitten begging for a treat. Cute.
バカ！急に何を言い出すんだ！やはりこれは私には無理だ。違う方法を探そう。
What the heck? What's your problem? You're the one who's got her panties in a knot.
さっきのは父さんと母さんの真似だ。
They're making your parents?
二人はよくこうやってお互いの目を見つめ合いながら愛を語らっていた。だからきっとこういうのがカップルとしての自然な触れ合い方なんだと思って。
That's what it
だが
was.
私にはハードルが高かったな。お前のようなケダモノと見つめ合って喜べるほど私は心を病んでいない。
Kicking me while I'm down, huh? That said, it was kind of charming how she envisioned her lovey-dovey parents. Are your mom and dad really close?
そうだな。周りが呆れるくらいに仲が良かった。母さんはベッドから動けなかったからいつもお互いを励まし合って。
Bedridden?
いや、なんでもない。
Korea immediately looked down at her feet. Must have been a rather sensitive topic for her to
や
discuss.
はりさっきのはやめよう。もう文句は言わないからお前が好きにしてくれ。
Nah, what you just did was great. Finally seemed to find some motivation, so let's go with the flow.
こら、勝手に手を握るな。汚いだろ。
Nothing's dirty between lovers. Come on, look at me. So I gripped her hand and leaned in close. Kureha's face went tense and blushed all the way to her ears.
やめろバカ。そんなに顔を近づけたら目のやり場に困るじゃないか。
You just look into my eyes then. Go on.
意地悪だ。私がこういうの苦手だと知っててわざとやってるだろ。
Yeah, this is a great learning opportunity for you. So we'll need to get you to the point where you can hold a conversation while looking at someone's eyes.
バカ、そういうのを余計なお世話と言うんだ。私は別に誰かと仲良くなるつもりもないし。
And now, that's enough of that. It's just a little while and it's not like it hurts anything.
だから近づくな。鼻が出る。
Alright then, why don't we start things off with a French kiss?
ハードル上げすぎだ。棒高跳びになってるぞ。
Kunya!
だから近寄るにゃ。
Being pushy is good once in a while, don't you think?
私はあらあら、クレハちゃんは強引なのもお好きなんですね。
Oh!
あら、もうおしまいなんですか？いいところでしたのに。
Senpai, why are you here?
どうしても何も。ねえ、お兄様。
ああお前たちこそこんな往来の真ん中で何をしている？
With that, we finally look at our surroundings. We are surrounded on the commuter's path to school and planted right in front of the gates. There were naturally students walking by and heading towards the school building.
あ、くーちゃん、おはよう。今日も彼氏とラブラブだね。
One of Kureha's classmates, who just happened to be passing by, jeered at Kureha. She held her head in her hands and let out a loud shriek. Kureha and I headed to the tea kettle after class let out for the day. We had plans to stop at the shopping district on our way home, mostly for dating experience. Once we got back, we'd have another staring contest with the manuscript.
今朝は散々だった。これでクラスだけじゃなくて、学園中の噂になってしまったの。
Now, once we go to the hill, we're gonna have to do way more than that in public. It made for good practice, don't you
あ
think?
れ以上って、お前は私に何をさせる気だ。エロか、エロなのか。
Calm down, I wouldn't do something like that in public either.
人前じゃなければやるんだな。この変態、きつく、けだもの。
How'd she know I was playing this game? Haha, jokes. Don't cause a scene. Whoa, whoa! Kureha turned bright red and started kicking up a fuss. I held down her shoulders to try and calm her. Just as she said, we should probably assume that news of our relationship was spreading not just between our friends, but all over school. A small part of me was happy about it, but it seemed to be a huge inconvenience for Kureha.
へえ、そうなんだ。恋人たちのおかげね。そうそう、おかしな格好の忍者さんがいるの。
I recognize that voice. Turned towards a familiar voice and
あ、お
found...
兄ちゃん。
Oi, why are you here?
どうしてってみんなでお茶してたんだよ。ねえ。
Noticed 3 other schoolgirls who appeared to be first years, judging by the ribbons on their uniforms, were seated with
ねえ
Aoi.
ねえ、葵ちゃん、この人が噂の。
私のお兄ちゃんだよ。
やっぱり住吉さんと結婚を前提にお付き合いしてるんですよね。
あ？誰と誰が結婚を前提にして付き合ってるって？あ、くーちゃんだ。あ、くーちゃんだ。じゃない！一体何の話をしてるんだ。そりゃあもちろん。ねえ。お前らな。
浦部先輩、フレハちゃんとはどこまで行ったんですか？お泊まり上等なんですか？
Yeah, of course we are. I've been basically living at her place.
まさかの同棲。やっぱりお二人はそういう仲なんですね。
ほらそこ、勝手に盛り上がるな。私たちはそういうんじゃない。
でも恋人同士なんだよね。いやー、住吉さんかわいい。これからはクーニャンって呼んでいい？
クーニャン言うな。そうかそうか。二人は今日も治療に専念するんだね。いいよ。私は影から生温かい目で見守ってるよ。だからクーちゃん、今日こそお兄ちゃんを男にしてあげてね。
何の話？
それはね、お兄
Ow! You sure are cute today. Come here, you.
何お兄ちゃん、急に頭撫でないでよ。くすぐったいよ。
I petted Aoi's head to prevent her from elaborating further, and she happily accepted the gesture. Thank goodness she was such a simple person. What's wrong? What's that look
な
for?
んでもない。
What's that all about? Was she jealous of
な
Aoi?
んだかこうしてお兄ちゃんに頭なでなでしてもらうの久しぶりだね。
Really?
最近はクーちゃんとばっかり一緒にいるから、まあ仕方ないんだけどね。
すみません、注文お願いします。
今行く。じゃあ私は仕事があるからもう行くぞ。またね、クーちゃん。
Aoi smiled and waved, but earned a less than pleased snort from Kureha before she disappeared into the shop. Maybe she really was jealous. Couldn't be,
お兄
right?
ちゃんお兄ちゃん。
Oh, he whispered in my ear and slipped me a tiny piece of
私
paper.
が集めた情報今のうちに渡しておくね
Oh, thank you. You're a lifesaver.
お兄ちゃんのお役に立つのが私のお仕事だもんそれじゃあまた明日ね今日は水いらず甘い夜をお楽しみください
Acted like an old lady. I saw her way off as she headed back to her booth seat, and I headed back to the counter seat they came from. It would appear I had been busy gathering intel while having tea with the girls. I felt bad for assuming she was just goofing off. Oh, when I made it back to my seat, there was a sweet sake I hadn't ordered sitting there. Took a peek into the kitchen and spotted Kureha quickly hide behind a pillar. She must have put this together for me. Thank you, Kureha. I appreciate it. Thoughtful gestures like this were really were the best. Also made me super happy when she remembered what my favorite drink was. Feeling grateful for an opportunity to an absent Kureha, I tilted back the unglazed cup and quenched my thirst. If I were to look in the mirror right now, I bet I would have had a totally unsightly grin on my face. After saying about Aoi, Kureha and I were walking side by side downtown at sunset. The manager was considerate of us and let Kureha out of work earlier than usual. Thanks to that, we were able to make it to the limited time sale at the grocery store in
今
time.
日はじゃがいもが安かったなこれで当分食材に困らないぞ
Yeah. Our spoils ended up being 2 large bags of potatoes, which I was tasked with carrying. Why did we buy so many? Are we eating them with every meal or something?
文句言うな作ってやるだけありがたく思え
Fair enough. You'll be going to great efforts to cook for your beloved boyfriend. I should be grateful for that.
愛する彼氏は余計だ
But you will be going to a lot of effort.
それはもう食材がもったいないし下手なものを作るわけにはいかないだろ
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
なんか変な顔で笑うの気色悪い
Kureha went beet red, ears and all, and walked ahead of me. She was definitely feeling shy. Never got tired of seeing her blush, and it only made me want to tease her even more. The store was awfully packed today, huh? I never thought we'd get shoved around so much just trying to buy veggies. The grocery store turned into a battlefield the second the sale began. There was a sparkle in a shopping basket carrying housewives as they charged into the shop to get the best deals. They were modern-day Oni. One couldn't hope to stand against them with superficial determination. I tucked my clothes in here too. I'm exhausted now. That was way more effort than it needed to be to buy
お前
veggies.
は通体がでかいからいけないんだ私なら人の合間を縫って簡単に獲物を手に入れられるぞ
Yeah, you're short and have small boobs. Ow, 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 don't pinch me!
お前は一言余計なんだ
What is it?
Yup.
Kureha stopped in place and stared at my back, then immediately began walking again. Didn't really get it, but I knew she wouldn't tell me even if I'd asked. All I could do now was to wait for her to open the door to her heart. Then again, patience wasn't exactly in my nature.
先に荷物を持って帰ってくれるか私は寄るところがある
Huh? Hey! Kureha handed over the bag she was carrying and headed back into town without so much as giving me a chance to stop her. Wonder what was that about? I wish she'd talked to me beforehand. Before up and making spur-of-the-moment decisions like that. Could it be that she still didn't trust me? Sure, I hadn't really done anything to earn her trust, and it made sense why she'd keep her guard up. Maybe she really was a little lonely. I decided to head back to Kureha's place and start preparing dinner. Kureha had been in charge of making dinner for a while now, but I was fully capable of peeling potatoes. On that note, our dinner consisted of mostly potato-based dishes. Roast potato nikorogashi I had eaten before, fried meat and potatoes, and even a potato pizza to go with it. At first I thought I would get sick of eating it all mid-meal, but... Delicious! Delicious!
変わらず大げさなやつだな
Tastes great, so what do you want from me? I won't stop, and you sure can make me. sipped on my booze and happily smacked away on my food while Kureha turned away with her chopsticks in her mouth. Her cheeks were a faint red. So cute. Why don't you invite Aoi next time so we can all eat
そう
together?
だな。葵となら食事もうまくなるしな。
Why are you suggesting food tastes worse when you're with me?
よくわかったな。せっかくの美味しいじゃがいもがお前の顔で台無しだ。
Did you forget? We need to go to Lover's Hill this weekend as a couple. So for couples to sit around and eat dinner together. If you can't do that much, then we'll never be able to deceive our enemies. My reply earned a bit of scowl from Kureha. She must have really hated the idea of flirting with me. However, it would be difficult for us to go to Lover's Hill if we couldn't pull off the most basic of couple interactions. Feikuda's appearance at Lover's Hill was included in information Aoi had brought for me. Consequently, they had tightened security and were barely questioning anyone acting suspiciously. Akari's group was also popping in from time to time. We need to master this couple stuff as soon as possible, otherwise we risk getting interrogated by a bunch of ninja during our investigation. Come on, you're my girlfriend, so isn't there something you could do for your boyfriend?
親戚紹介を受けたと訴え
That's the worst possible way we could break up, come on. Not that, feeding me, we did it in front of Senpai before, right? Let's try that
なん
again.
だ。やはりお前は M なんだな。小豚プレイがお気に入りか。
Sorry, I don't mean it like that. Please let me eat my food like a normal person so your heart can go ba-doom.
毒なら今すぐ込められるんだが。
Don't need to sound that disappointed.
お前。これは後日のためだ。
Kureha reluctantly plucked up some of her food and, with her hand beneath her chopsticks, brought it to my mouth.
ほら。口を開けろ。私が食べさせてやる。
Ah.
どうだ。
Anything you make comes out great.
そうだろう。愛をたくさん込めたからな。
Your inflection just changed. You meant that in a negative way, didn't you?
嘘は言ってない。
Tell me it isn't so, honey! Was this really gonna be good enough to get us through the weekend? What the? I heard a sound nearby. I gazed out the window with half-opened eyes to find the moon shining brilliantly in the night sky. There'd still be some time until dawn. What could it be so late? What could it be so late at night? It was all fine and well if it was just a rendezvous with a cat, but it'd be terrible if someone were trying to break in. I held my breath and turned my attention to the opposite side of the room. There a pile of books and empty boxes came into my field of vision. The area past the Berlin Wall and the center of the room was sacred territory, the land in which Her Excellency's Supreme Ruler Kureha slept.
こんなもんかな。
Huh? She's awake. Really, the noise I heard came from her room. I took a quick look at what was happening and saw Kureha folding a familiar pair of men's pants on her lap. There was a pincushion and paper bag off to her side. Kureha had returned home with that bag, but refused to share what was inside.
だかい変なところを破いて。これでは恋人失格だぞ。
Kureha gently brushed the butt of those pants and verified their present condition. She had noticed that I'd torn my pants and was going to fix them. Even if I hadn't realized it. She was looking right at me, pretending to be asleep. Pretending to be asleep. Pretending to sleep. She made sure I didn't reply. She put my uniform on its hanger and then...
失礼するぞ。
Huh? Why'd you come over here? Figured she'd head straight to sleep herself.
よしよし。よく寝てるな。顔と髪の形は大体似てるかな。あとは。
What the? Why was she staring at my face? Not good she'd notice if I tried to peek too. This would be forced, but I'd better turn over. The Tiny movement of my arm caused Kureha to quietly yelp. Come on, why are you still staring at my face? While blushing no less. The way she was acting almost made me wonder if she had feelings for
ど
me.
うして葵はこんなやつが気に入ってるんだろう。理解に苦しむ。まあ、悪いやつではないけどな。意外と頼りになるし。こいつの恋人役か。悪くはないかな。
It was then that Kureha softly brushed my hair. Her soft, cool fingertips brushed against my scalp as they ran through my hair. Oh no, her fingers tickled. It was gonna make me shiver.
いけないいけない。変態相手に何をしてるんだ。バカやってないで。いい加減寝るか。
You said it! What are you doing? Seriously? Someone's bound to come off it if you brush my hair with that kind of look on her face.
おやすみ。にゃにゃ。やはりこれはないな。私までドキドキしてくる。
Kureha pressed her hand against her chest, nodded, and crossed the barrier. That was all that about. Why had she practically snuck into my bedroom? For that matter.
おやすみ。にゃ。
Ah, no good! My body was on fire and working up an odd sweat. Kureha's smile was too cute. I couldn't take it. Ah, this was bad. My heart was pounding like crazy. I'd never seen Kureha smile like that before, and I never imagined that it would be this destructive. If we started dating for real, would she smile at me like that every day?
こいつの恋人役か。悪くはない。
Rubbed my face into the tatami mat. Into the tatami, careful that Kureha wouldn't notice, and groaned to myself. My body felt flushed in a variety of ways, and in the end, I never got a single wink of sleep that night. I do think that she's slowly but surely picking up on him being Ura. Especially her mentioning like the hair and the face is somewhat similar. Like she mentions something to that effect. So I'm convinced that she's starting to figure out. Sure is. Weekend had finally arrived. Kureha and I looked up at the sky, basking in the sun's rays, and let the cool breeze wash over us. We stood on the viewing platform at Lover's Hill, which was on the southeastern side of Miyajima. There was a sprawling beach at the bottom, which would soon be packed with people going for a swim once summer came. Though we were on the southern end of the island, it was still too chill to go for a dip in the ocean. Regardless, there were a number of couples down by the shoreline.
なぜこんなに人がいる。
This area is apparently famous for being a lover's holy ground. From what I heard, if you put a prayer plaque on one of the trees on that isolated island over there, you can even walk over to it from the beach itself, your wish will come true. Your chances only go up if you ring the bell on the Lover's Hill first and then place the plaque on the tree. Maybe the people on the beach are waiting for their turn.
そういえばそんなものもあったな。くだな。
Kureha let out an exhausted sigh and turned on to the intel she jotted down on the notepad. Doing that is actually the requirement for the mallet to appear, isn't it? Like, fulfill any wish after you ring the bell. And then go there and tie on a plaque. The mallet fulfills wishes. That's gonna be the mallet doing its thing. Or probably not actually doing the thing, because if it actually fulfilled wishes, think the 3 grand families probably would already have noticed. But actually, like her ringing the bell, then going down and attaching the plaque to a tree at the abandoned island, he's going to make the mallet appear, I would guess personally. Kureha let out an exhausted sigh and turned to the intel she jotted down on her notepad. The beach and isolated island were connected by a road called the Coral Path. It was only visible during low tide in the mornings and evenings. It was just past noontime, so those couples likely had ample time on their hands until evening. In turn, it would naturally mean that they would have ample time to do other things too.
あいつらこんな時間からあんな場所でそんなことを。おい、ここはもういいから他の場所を探すぞ。今はお前と二人きりになりたい気分だ。
Ah!
どうしてお前まで顔を赤くしてるんだ。
No real reason. I know, there was an ice cream vendor over there, so I'll go buy some. You wait here. I left the confused Kureha behind and quickly made my way to the stall. How awkward! I couldn't look Kureha in the eye after what she did when I was sleeping the other day. Kureha was starting to act all lovey-dovey too. If I kept this up, then the ninjas would surely notice and become suspicious of us. Still, the throbbing in my chest was real. Could I possibly be?
いらっしゃい。おいしいおいしいソフトクリームでござるよ。
Wait, huh? Chief?
おやおや、ケイスケ殿ではござらぬか。ソフトクリームを買いに来たでござるか。
Yeah, I did, but, why are you running this stall, Chief?
まあ、いろいろござってな。ここを離れるなと、カナ様から仰せつかったのでござる。
Kinda did, huh? That made sense. They set up this ice cream stall to perform surveillance during the day. Any income would likely go straight into the Sakagami scoffers, too. Or the ninjas running stalls during the local festivals and whatnot, too. They're beginning to look more and more like the Yakuza all the
それ
time.
で、何味のソフトをご所望でござるか。
What flavors do you
バ
have?
ニラとイチゴ、それと醤油ときな粉でござる。
I'll go with soy sauce and strawberry then.
おほう、あえて醤油を選ぶと勝負したなし。拙者嫌いじゃないでござるよ。だがなぜ二つも。食いしん坊が万歳でもしてるでござるか。
No, I'm with someone. I pointed to Kureha, who was standing in the shaded trees by herself. When I did, the chief's eyes shone.
ははさては、
Yes,
委
actually.
員会活動でござるね。
Nope, we're on a date, actually.
だが、あの子の格好は制服でござるよ。日曜の浜辺に制服とはこれいかに。
Now as you mention it. Wearing our uniforms at a place like this would make us stick out like a sore thumb. That was when I realized I'd never seen Kureha in street clothes. Even at bad times, she would wear her gym uniform. Anyway, a date is a date. I shouldn't keep her waiting, so please hurry.
しょうがないでござるね。
The chief laughed beneath his mask and slowly yet conscientiously put our cones together. What's that all about? Was he onto us? Practically bolted from the scene and returned to Kureha's side with her cone in hand. Naturally, Kureha had chosen the strawberry flavor, but... Oh, the soy sauce ice cream is tasty too. Tastes a lot like glazed dango.
こり
What's up? You look really hungry.
別に
You're welcome to try mine.
いいのか。
Yeah, that's why I bought it in the first place. Go ahead, dig in. Kureha's eyes sparkled as I held the soy sauce ice cream out to her. She extended her tiny tongue and gave it a lick. How is it?
本当にみたらし団子みたいな味がす
Glad to hear it.
る。どうした？
Up! Nothing. Not up! That's not fair! You smile at me like that! How come my heart not give a beat? Kureha's smile was unbelievably precious. If only she smiled more often.
解説
What's wrong? What more?
いや、今ので十分だ。十分すぎてお釣りが来るくらいだ。
When I held my cone out to Kureha again, she flushed bright red, ears and all, and went back to enjoying her strawberry ice cream, almost as if she were using it to cool down. I didn't know why, but Kureha seemed to be in nice spirits today. Maybe she was nervous, going on a fake date with me. It may have been an act, but we were on a date. It'd be great if we could get closer as a result. We walked side by side when all of a sudden Kureha clutched my shirt and hid behind me. What's wrong?
こっちにいる忍者が私たちをじっと見て。
The ninja over there meaning... The chief was clearly staring at us. Thanks a bunch. Really appreciate it. He actually seemed to be a little suspicious of us. That's it. I just show off the fruits of our labor. Here goes, Formation B.
わかった。
Kureha and I nodded in unison, then took our positions. Flashed a gentle smile, and Kureha squatted down on the beach to let her eyes sparkle.
綺麗な星の砂ね。あなたの心のようにキラッキラと輝いてるわ。
No! No, not a special.
そこは気の利くセリフを返すところだろうが。
Sorry, it was so out of character for you that I couldn't help myself.
ほら、忍者がこっち見てるぞ。続きだ続き。
Yeah, you're right. I'll be right back. I have returned. Yeah, you're right. Let's see, what could I use as material? Oh, this stuff. It's so flat and cute, almost like a chest.
星になれ。
Ah! Starfish. Starfish was on my face!
どうやらあの二人本物のカップルのようでござるな。
I played a trick, it was working! He was totally oblivious to our plan! Oh well, I guess everything worked out in the end. We hadn't put the fruits of our labor on full display just yet, but it was worth it, all that effort and time and effort. So I'd have liked to think.
そうだ。この砂を使えば。
What's up? Kureha squatted down and started picking up star sand into a plastic bag. What in the world was she doing? Oh, memento of her
ど
first
んな
date.
のミスをしていたらそういう発想になるんだ。もう一度クラゲから人生やり直した方がいいんじゃないか。
As far as I know, I've now once been a
いい
jellyfish.
から行くぞ。小槌の反応がないか調べて回るんだ。
Wait for me, my dear mistress. Gave that desperate man-horse reply for some reason and followed after her. I enjoyed teasing Kureha when we were together. Once the excitement ramped up, it had no hope of simmering down anytime soon.
よし。それじゃあ次は鐘の前を調べるぞ。
Sure. Took a cursory look around before deciding to make the lovers' bell on the top of the hill our last stop. We hadn't noticed any sort of reaction thus far. If nothing happened at or around the bell's vicinity, then this would have been all for nothing.
Welcome, couple!
Sumiyoshi, why are you here?
これはケイスケとクレハくんじゃないか。土偶だね。
Alright, guess we can't do it here. Let's go.
待っておくんなまし。せめてあつきがここにいる理由を聞いてから帰って。
What am I gonna do with you? Alright, why are you here?
いいだろう。そんなに聞きたいなら特別に教えてあげよう。
あー、こいつ殴りてー。
I 100% agree with both her words and her face right now. You're thinking out loud again, Kureha.
実は観光客を呼び込むために毎週ここで催し物が行われていてね。僕はその手伝いに来たのさ。
What kind of event is it?
今日のイベントは鐘の前でキスをしたカップルにくじ引きをしてもらうというものさ。題してドキドキラブキス大会。僕にその唇を奪えというのか。
なんだそれは。 まさかそれに参加しないと金に近づけないのか？
もしかして君たち金を鳴らしに来たのかな。だったら残念だけど参加しないと近づけないよ。順番待ちしてるカップルがそこら辺にいるだろう。見ての通りの大盛況だからね。何もそう気を落とさなくてもいいじゃないか。君たちも参加すればいいだろう。毎晩キスより激しいことをしてるんだ。今さら恥ずかしがることないぞ、クーニャン。
人手になれ
サフィッシ
ュ倒したか。やはりこいつとは馬が合わんな。
クマだけに。
ああ、
ごめんなさい。とにかくキスをするのが恥ずかしいならエントリーだけでもしてみたらどうだい？
What do you have for prizes?
1等が海外旅行、2等が北海道旅行だ。そして3等が
米30キロ。それ以下は旬の魚や野菜をプレゼント。
Kureha?
住吉クレハと浦部圭介、押してまいる。
Hey! Glanced at my side and found out that at some point Kureha had already made her way to the reception desk and had a pen in hand.
3頭だ。
What?
旅行とかそういうのはいい。とにかく3頭を狙うぞ。そうすれば銀シャリ食べ放題だ。ほかほかご飯は美味しい。美味しいんだ。
That's true. Rice is good and makes for a great side dish. Talk about hopeless. Kureha was blinded by greed and fell victim to words like bargain and free
どうや
or
ら
free.
やる気になったみたいだね。それじゃあ新規カップル様ご案内。
Mikichi guided us to the end of the line of couples. Kureha had been dazzled by the rice at first, but when she realized a handful of couples in front of us were kissing, this happened. And so forth. Her face red as could be. And when our turn came...
シャイ行くぞ。私たちの実力を見せつけてやるのだ。
Yeah, she was as tense as it could possibly be. Your voice is cracking and you're stiff as a board. Are you gonna be okay?
大丈夫だ、問題ない。ブチュッとやってお米をゲットだ。
Kureha raised her eyebrows and gave a confident nod, but her arms and legs trembled at the same time. Robo had a lost cause. Throwing midway could probably save Kureha from the embarrassment, but our goal was to investigate the Mallet's whereabouts. Walking up to the bell ought to be enough for now, or so I assumed.
ほら、何してるんだ。早くこっちに来い。こんなに人がいる前で一人にしちゃやだ。
Oh, jeez, why did Kureha have to make comments like that? Because of her, it felt like my heart was gonna explode.
さあさあ皆さんお待ちかね。もはや学園で知らない者はいないケイスケクレハのラブラブバカップルの登場だよ。
そこの子は余計なことを言うんじゃない。
キャーン照れるクーニャンかわいい。
There were probably first few girls amongst the couples, and hearing their shrill cheers of encouragement made Kureha go red and silent and red. What should we do? Would withdrawing be best? But
みんなこっち見てる。恥ずかしい。
and this one is certainly better to use than that one, because yeah, the other one could be problematic.
この後どうすればいい？キス。
Stop it! What's with that sugary sweet look in your eyes? You're not allowed to look at me that way. Hey! Oh, turn back now! I grabbed his shoulders and brought my face closer, straight into her eyes, close enough that our noses nearly touched.
急にどうした？
You want the rice, right? Accept your fate for now. It'll be weird if we backed out at this point. You don't want Komakichi and the others to suspect us, do you?
そうだ。
It's fine, really. Just look into my eyes and relax. Brushed Kureha's cheeks with the pads of my thumbs and straightened her out before me. Her eyes locked, but Kureha glanced away for just a moment. Then she slowly turned her gaze back to me. Right. Crap, my heart was racing, wasn't it? Oh well, nothing I can do about it. Never seen Kureha make such a cute face before. Just as red too. Right, even the ears are bright red. You're awfully cute when you embarrass Kureha. Can I? She quietly closed her eyes in response. Trembling eyelashes, moist lips, and soft peach-colored cheeks. Couldn't help but feel each and every one of them was adorable. Now that I took a close look at him, I knew. Actually, it was obvious, even at a cursory glance. Kureha was beautiful. I made fun of her for being tiny, but she was a fine woman. So cute when she was shy, and Kureha called me by my name properly for the first time. I was happy. So happy I thought my head was going to start spinning. She peacefully shut her eyes and waited for me. Waited for the moments our lips would meet. With a tiny tremble of her shoulders, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Sweat? Kureha! Kureha suddenly collapsed in place, seemingly lost consciousness, and I rushed to support her. Hey, hang in there, Kureha! She's burning up. Hey, Kumakichi, call a doctor or an ambulance! Huh? I was rendered speechless by the spectacle unfurling before me as I looked up. A massive cloud had blotted out the sun, thus casting a shade upon the hilltop as a faint white blaze burned above its shadow. Although it wasn't hot, I couldn't touch it. It acted like a warm haze and merely wavered in silence, seemingly surrounding the circumference of the hill. Long last, the clouds faded into the distance and vanished along with the white flame, leaving all of us dumbfounded in its wake. Kureha, you're right! Kureha regained consciousness and gazed at me with unfocused eyes. Man against the forehead and found that her fever had completely receded. Timing was practically in perfect sync with the white blaze's disappearance. I'm so glad you passed out and scared the hell out of me. Well, sorry. Kureha quickly pulled away, patted the dust off her skirt with flushed cheeks, and stood up. Wondered why she looked so embarrassed, but she seemed well enough to stand on her own.
大丈夫かい？急に倒れるから心配したよ。
Don't you remember? You suddenly collapsed right before we kissed. No way, I didn't. Far from it.
けど、さっきのは一体何だったんだろうね。一瞬だけカゲロウのようなものが見えたんだけど。
Kureha turned to me in a panic. Suddenly nodded to her. Afterward, Kureha and I decided to leave Lover's Hill and head home. You're welcome to guess how the lot drawing went based on a consolation prize towel in Kureha's hand.
不思議なかげろうか。やはりあの丘に小槌がある可能性は高いな。あとはどうやって小槌を召喚するかだ。それと警備を出し抜く方法も考えないとな。
True.
どうした？や やけに元気がないじゃないか。
She leaned in and peered at my face.
急に顔を赤くしてどうした？お前も熱があるのか？
No, that was remembering the kiss.
バカ、何を言ってるの？それはキスじゃなくて未遂だ未遂。あんなことで大事なファーストキスを奪われてたまるか。
Kinda looked like you were getting into it though.
それは雰囲気に流されて。
Which kiss anyone in the mood was good enough?
バカ、あれはお前だったから。
Because it was me?
なんでもないからなんでもない。
She turned her back to me and took a step away in a fluster. Kureha's profile was much redder than usual when dyed in the colors of the waning sunset.
今夜は肉じゃがだ。今夜の夕飯は肉じゃがだ。日曜のこの時間は肉の売れ残りが安くなるんだ。だから一緒に買いに行こ
Sure, you can count on me to carry the bags.
う。任せる。
She waited for me to catch up, and we walked side by side to the supermarket. That small act of consideration made me extremely happy. And can we keep acting like lovers for a while longer?
日が暮れるまでなら。
And once it does,
そんなこと聞くな。
though neither of us initiated it, we joined hands and made our way up the deserted hill. With a warm palm against mine, I wondered if she was just as excited as I was. Is a work of fiction and resemblance? Where the fuck did this suddenly come from? It was the start of the week and it brought a new wind along with it. April was slowly coming to an end and the temperature was steadily rising. Similarly, something was beginning to change me little by little too. Actually, I knew exactly what it meant. It was...
ほら、体操服の名札を縫い直しておいたぞ。ありがたく受け取れ。
Sure.
ダメだぞ。いつまでも破けたものを着ていたら、お前は仮にも私の恋人なんだ。もっとしっかりしてもらわないと、私の評判まで下がってしまう。
Yeah, I'm sorry.
調子狂うな。
Why is her wife energy just through the fucking roof? Well, like, why is that wife energy just like over 9,000? Yes, I've made an age-old joke. Shut the fuck up. Anyways,
前のように言い返してこい。触れないと落とす。
Kureha.
おはよう、くーちゃん、お兄ちゃん。
Kureha immediately put distance between us the moment Aoi appeared. Aoi noticed her do this, snuggled up close to her and put her lips to her ear.
お邪魔だったかな。
そんなことない。いいから離れろ。耳に息を吹きかけるな。ごめんごめん。で、週末はどうだったの？お兄ちゃんと親密になれた？週末は恋人たちの丘へ行った。あー、デートだね。それでそれだけだ。それだけって、まさか何もしてないの？
I wouldn't say nothing, right?
私に振るな、バカ。
あー、やっぱり何かあったんだ。何が何してちょめったんだ。
What the hell is bleepity bleeping? Don't make up new words!
そっかそっか。お兄ちゃんが妙にやつれて見えるのはハッスルのしすぎが原因なんだね。でもいい傾向だよ。その調子であれも直そうね。ヘルプが必要なら
No way, that's also dangerous in all sorts of ways. God, Aoi was the same as ever. Thanks to her, though, it felt like the mood had recovered a bit. There was a lost cause from the start. I was happy away of Kureha and hadn't slept a wink last night. All I could think about was Kureha's face whenever I closed my eyes.
ケイスケ、 兄ちゃん。お顔を真っ赤にして。
Don't worry about it, just leave me in the dust.
そう？じゃあ行こうか、クーちゃん。ちょっと待って。
Just then Kureha left Aoi's side and stood up to her tiptoes and put a hand on my forehead.
熱はなさそうだな。
Close, your face is so close, Kureha!
熱が上がってきたぞ。やはり風邪でもひいたか。
No, I didn't, so please get away.
なんだ、人が親切で見てやってるのに。
She puffed up her cheeks and removed what looked like my lunch from
こ
her
こでお
bag.
前に倒れられたら計画に支障が出る。しっかり栄養をとって。
Yeah, thanks. You really are kind.
うるさいバカ。気色悪いこと言うな。ラブラブだね。羨ましいな。憧れちゃうな。お前もうるさい。兄弟揃って蝋人形にしてやろうか。ふわー、クーちゃんが怒った。
Aoi smiled happily and ran off, leaving Kureha to flush bright pink and chase after her. And then when you look at it, these two were a great pair. Shouldn't I tell Aoi the truth? I was sure she'd accept Kureha even if she learned her true identity.
ほらほら、あれが例の。
本当だ。怖そうな人。
Kureha abruptly stopped in place and looked at the pair of schoolgirls as they walked through the school gates. The girls realized they were being watched and ran ahead.
どうかしたの？いや、周りの奴らにじっと見られていたような。二人ともすっかり有名人だからね。誰かに見られてもおかしくないんじゃない？それはそうかもしれんが。あ、チャイムが鳴っちゃった。
At Aoi's prompting, Kureha reluctantly made her way to the gates and I followed after them. Someone was watching us, huh? What this apprehensiveness I felt could be from. During lunch, Kureha and I went to the committee room to continue our investigation. Upon our return, we immediately whipped out the manuscripts and researched anything related to the Mallet's location and the White Haze. Sure enough, we'd hit the jackpot. That White Haze actually was the light from the legends, and the Mallet really was on Lover's Hill. Our only remaining issues were how to summon the Mallet and breaking through security. We could break through with brute force alone, but that left summoning the Mallet. Could we simply call out its name, or would we need to perform some sort of ritual? Either way, Kureha's celestial scroll lacked answers to those questions. That was when he decided to sift through the text of the committee room to see whether the Mallet had been summoned previously. We'd hoped these texts would give us some sort of clue as to how to summon the Mallet, but...
今日は皆さんとお昼をご一緒できて嬉しいです。これで先輩と葵ちゃんも一緒だったら完璧だったのにね。
仕方ないだろう。水泳部のミーティングがあるのだから。
As such, we had lunch with Akari-kana and Kumakichi today. It was nice eating lunch with everyone, but it meant our research was temporarily on
どう
hold.
したのケイスケ。浮かない顔して。
野暮なことを聞くんじゃないよ。恋人と楽しくおしゃべりしていたところを邪魔したんだ。怒るのも無理ないさ。
ごめんなさい。時間が空いたものでつい皆さんを呼んでしまいまして。
No, it's fine. Food tastes better when you eat it as a group, right, Kureha? Oh, why are you mad?
クレハ君は自分に正直みたいだね。
そういうんじゃない。
Kureha pouted and looked away. She really was angry at them for getting in our way. Make me happy if that were the case. Oops, I need to keep my excitement in check as this opportunity to speak with Kana didn't come around often. So, Kana, there's a rumor floating around about that your family helps those in need.
はい、そうですね。中にはそういう方もいらっしゃいますね。過去や身分、国籍は問いません。実力があるから迎え入れる。ないなら出て行っていただく。それだけの話ですから。
Sounds pretty strict.
いえ、鈴鹿様、坂上の初代当主様がそういうスタンスのお方でしたから。
I knew that Suzuka was gonna be the fucking founder. In that case, what would you do if Uda or that imposter told you they wanted to work for you?
そうですね。うちとしては大歓迎ですよ。浦さんは当然ですけど、偽物さんも相当な技量の持ち主のようですから、こちらからお願いしたいくらいです。
Wouldn't the other families be opposed if you did that, though? Like Aki's family, for example.
確かに反対されると思いますが、そうなったら争うだけです。
Wow, that's a great way of looking at it.
いえ、そのように教えられてきたもので。カナはこう見えてしっかりしているのよ。私も何度お説教を食らったか。きっと裏や偽裏もこの調子で手なずけるでしょうね。現にあれだけの数の忍者さんたちを従えてるわけだし。そんな、私なんてまだまだだよ。兄様や棟梁さんに手伝ってもらわないとうまく回らないことも多いし。でも今日までうまくやってこれたのは事実でしょ。もっと胸を張りなさいよ。
He's right, even an outsider like me can tell you're doing a good job. Keep up the good work. Gave Kana a nice pat on the head and her mouth curled into a gentle smile. Yep, that was a cute smile. What does it get firsthand made it all the more soothing, too. What's up?
弁当が冷める。無駄話してないで食べたらどうだ。
Sure. Someone feeling jealous.
違うぞバカバカバカバカ。
You're so cute when you're embarrassed, Kunyan.
食わないなら捨てるぞ。
Whoa, wait a bit. Huge waste to throw it away. I'll eat it. I retrieved my lunch from Kureha's hands and savored each and every bite of the leftover nikujaga. I really soaked into it overnight. It even tastes good
当
cold.
たり前だ。お前のために味付けも整えてるんだからな。
I see. Thanks for looking out for me. It makes me happy.
顔を真っ赤にしたクーニャンかわいい。
お前がそれを言うと虫唾が走るのはなぜだろうな。
That implies your skin doesn't crawl when he says it.
それが恋ってやつさ。
冗談は人手だけにしろ。
Why did you still have the starfish? You still have that? Shouldn't you take that back to the beach already?
あら、もうお昼終わり？皆さんといると時間があっという間ですね。もっとお話ししたかったです。なら早いところ偽裏を捕まえましょう。そうすればもっとゆっくり食事ができるしね。そうだな。どうしたの？いや、なんでもない。それより早く行ったらどうだ？2年の教室はここから遠いだろ。そうですね。ではまた。
Akari, Kana, and Komikichi all waved to Kureha and stepped out into the hall, leaving Kureha and I alone in the committee room.
さっきのは私への当てつけだな。
More or less, couldn't you work out the debt thing if you asked Kana for help?
まだそんなことを言っているのか。私は敵に尻尾を振るつもりはない。
Grumpy Kureha replied as she collected our empty lunchbox and stuffed them into her bag.
坂上かなの切符がいいな。伊達に当初は名乗っていないか。
Did it make you second guess yourself at all?
私の気持ちは変わらないさ。お前
Kureha.
も早く行け。部屋の戸締まりは私がしておく。
I can lock up. Consider it thanks for making me lunch today.
ああ、やっぱりここにいた。おい。ほら、クーちゃん急いで。早く体操服に着替えないと授業に間に合わないよ。
See, I even came to pick you up. If you have PE, then you really do need to get going.
すまない。なら、あとは任せた。
I decked out in her gym outfit, took Kureha by the arm. She essentially sprinted her way out of the committee room. She really is an awkward girl. Would have looked up if she came out and asked me. She's so adamant about not asking for help. She'd take on all the responsibility and work herself into the ground, then claim it all was all done out of self-interest. With that in mind, perhaps the first step to persuading Kureha would be to show her that it was okay to rely on others for help. School was as noisy as ever the moment class let out for the day. Our academy had the usual assortment of students, everything from the typical club-goers, the bookworms, to the hopeless romantics. Schools were indeed a place where all sorts of different people gathered. And then there was me, the guy making a beeline for the first-year classrooms. If I were to put a label on it, I'd say I was the one who went to the committee room to study while also striving for romance. Well, I guess that romance business was a little different in my case. Even so, meeting up with a girl at a classroom was kind of nice. It was like we were really dating. And we could become real lovers someday. What should I do if that actually happened? To be honest, part of me hoped it would turn out that way. Whoops, sorry.
なんだお兄ちゃんがびっくりさせないでよ
Right back at you. What are you doing in the middle of the hall?
それがその
Aoi glanced at Kureha, who was standing at her side with a torn look on her face. When I turned my attention to Kureha, I noticed she was wearing her gym
来たか
uniform.
早速委員会室に向かうぞ
Wait a second, why are you wearing that?
それがクーちゃんの制服が汚れちゃって
Aoi cut in and retrieved Kureha's uniform from her bag. Her white uniform was stained with dust. Definitely not something she could possibly wear. How did that happen?
慌てていたからな着替えた時に床に落としてそれより委員会室へ向かうぞ
Hey, wait! Kureha ignored my attempts to stop her and disappeared around the corner. What happened, Aoi?
まだ何とも言えないでも心当たりはあるよお兄ちゃんクーちゃんのことよろしくねできるだけ目を離さないで
She left it at that and ran off in the opposite direction of Kureha. What in the world was going on with those two? Always seemed to know something, but... Later, Kureha and I combed through a variety of texts until it was time for her to go to work. I read through documentation on suspicious rituals, battles which occurred on Miyajima in the past, and so forth, and jotted down notes about anything that caught our attention. Decided to take any texts which seemed like they would take an especially long time to read back to Kureha's place with us. There was no guarantee that the other committee members wouldn't poke their heads in all of a sudden, like this afternoon after all. There were also manuscripts on the Tsuchikumo in her room, so we could probably extract more concrete information if we compared it against the texts. However, what I was more concerned about at this exact moment was... Finally made it. The tea kettle was packed for dinner again. It was nice to see a thriving business, but it meant Kureha would be extremely busy during her shift. It was approaching time for her shift to be for a shift by the time she left the committee room, so I sent her ahead to the tea kettle without me. I brought the documents to her place in the meantime, then called up to her later. At some point or another, she'd permitted me to operate outside of her supervision. Didn't comment on it, but I was taking it as a good sign. Now, in this case, perhaps it was a bad sign. We were researching Kureha had been somewhat inattentive. Had something happened to her this afternoon. It's hard for her to imagine her uniform would get so dirty before dropping it on the floor.
お待たせしました甘酒になります
Oh, thanks as always, Kureha.
残念クレハじゃありませんよ
Oh, Akari, why are you here?
今忙しくて手が離せないんですってだから代わりに届けるように言われたのまあただの照れ隠しだと思うけどね
Is that right? Kureha, thanks for me
お
later.
礼
then.
なら自分の口で言いなさいそっちの方がクレハも喜ぶと思うし
That's true. Sure, I'll do that. Quenched my thirst with the sweet sake Akari had brought me. Drinking sweet sake when we were already feeling parched would just make it worse. But it was fine as long as it had alcohol. But I was fine as long as it had alcohol. She's working her butt off today, huh?
ええあの子本当によくやってくれてるわ文句は言うけどそれ以上に働いてくれるし
Yep. I'm sure she does.
彼女が褒められてご満悦ってところでも今日はちょっと様子がおかしいのよね動きにキレがないというかケイスケクレハと何かあった
That's what I'd like to know. I see Akari thought Kureha was acting funny too, huh? What the? A loud shriek paired with the sound of glass shattering echoed through the cafe. Quickly examined my surroundings and noticed the girl Kureha was serving had a wet shirt or skirt.
大変！ほうき持ってくるわね。ケンスケはそこでじっとしてなさい。
Sure.
ちょっと服に水がかかったじゃない。どうしてくれるのよ。
That girl. The girl looked familiar. If I recalled, she had been to the tea kettle once before.
何よ。何ジロジロ見てるのよ。
今お前が足を。
やだこの子。お客様に言いがかりをつける気？
愛子ちゃんは悪くないよ。悪いのはぼーっと歩いてたこの子よ。そうよそうよ。
エラ。
What's going on over here?
浦部先輩。
Stood by Kureha's side and counted the hostile energy being directed at her. Saw the yakari, but I couldn't sit back and watch Kureha get trampled over without a
あ
fight.
ら、彼氏の登場？バイト先に男連れてくるなんていいご身分ね。
違う。こいつはそんなんじゃないんだ。
じゃあなんだっていうの？噂通りペットと飼い主の関係なのかしら。
やはりあの噂はお前が。
私が何なの？私たちはただそういう噂を聞いただけよ。
そうよそうよ。
Kureha, what's she talking about? What rumors?
お前には関係ない。これは私の問題だ。
What are you saying? I'm your...
関係ないと言ってるんだ。
Kureha.
すまん。
Kureha's shout made the entire shop fall deathly silent. All the other customers watching the disturbance from afar stopped in their tracks simultaneously. But the silent Kureha took a handkerchief out of her skirt pocket and quietly tried to wipe off the girl's
失
uniform.
礼しましたお客様。しばらくじっとしていてくださいますか。
やだ、そんな汚い手で触らないでくれる？余計汚れちゃうわ。
Oh, just smack her. Just smack her, quite frankly. You know, you're not a fucking you're not a fucking person working here. You're a customer. If a bitch is gonna start acting like a bitch, you better be expected to be bitch slapped like a bitch.
言い返さないの？いい子ね。なら、これで許してあげる。
The girl giggled aloud.
ウェイトレスさん、水のおかわりお願いします。
She poured a cup of water straight onto Kureha's head. Hey, you, no matter what's going on, you've clearly gone too far. I was about to walk straight up to the girl, but Kureha called my name to stop me. Her gaze was so sharp. Honest God, at this point, just grab her by the arm and throw her out. She's causing a disturbance in the shop. Like, at this point, this is not even like she's a bitch kind of thing. She's causing a disturbance in the shop and actively harassing waitresses. She, like, a employee here has every reason to remove her from the premises and ban her from the shop at this point. Kureha. The light of those gorgeous orbs wavered and looked as though she might cry at any moment.
ちょっとあんたたち、一体何してるのよ。
あら、小うるさい桃太郎さんが来ちゃったわ。みんな、行きましょう。
Saying Nakari appeared, the girls left the money on the table and stood up and left. All that remained in their wake was a soaked Kureha and Akari holding a broom.
何よあの子。店長、塩巻いて塩。いいのか。ウェイトレスがお客にそんなことを言って。店にだって客を選ぶ権利はあるわよ。あんな客こっちから願い下げよう。うちの大事な後輩を可愛がってくれた俺、きっちり返してやるんだから。日比津宮先輩。
Kureha, you're gonna catch cold if you stay like that. Want me to get your towel? She meekly shook her head and bowed to both Akari and the cafe manager.
迷惑をかけたな。服もこんなだし。今日は帰らせてもらう。わかったわ。ここは私に任せて。あなたは早く着替えてきなさい。すまない。
Kureha.
今から着替えるんだ。覗いたら歌えるぞ。
Kureha turned back toward me once and shot me one of her ordinary scathing remarks. However, her voice was so frail it might fade away at any second. Jeez, Kureha. Let out a sigh on my way back to the bamboo dorm. Would have been at Kureha's place by now, but she seemed intent on being alone the night and sent me on my way. She also insisted that she would read through all the texts we borrowed from the committee room on her own.
お前は帰れ。たまには自分の部屋に戻りたいだろ。
Are you sure? What about the round-the-clock
お前な
surveillance?
ら秘密を守ってくれるだろう。お前は優しいからな。じゃあな。
Hey, wait a second!
来るな！ないで。
Kureha?
マナイ。頼むから今日は一人にしてくれ。
This is depression! I should have stopped earlier. I felt like stopping earlier when I after the scene at Lover's Hill, but then I kept going and now I regret everything. I want to smack a bitch now. And so, Kureha went back to her place without me. Told her to call me if she wanted to talk as she walked away. But I was positive Kureha would never come to someone else for advice on her own accord. Of her own accord. I was happy that she trusted me, but I couldn't be happy about it. Kureha was clearly forcing herself. She'd just tell me to go home if I barged in on her right now too. I needed to get a handle on her situation first if I had any hope of getting Kureha to listen to me. So...
お兄ちゃん。
Aoi. When I tried to walk into my room, I found Aoi sitting at the entrance, because there was no need to call her over.
あのね、実はクーちゃんに対して変な噂が広まってるみたいで。
Aoi brought up the subject on her own and told me all about the rumors spreading around campus. One of the rumors was that a destitute Kureha was living in the plum dorms and selling her body to earn money. Another rumor was that she was involved in shady, likely illegal side jobs and being targeted by mysterious dudes in black suits. The third rumor was that Kureha was only poor because she was financially supporting me. I'm making Kureha support me, huh? It's too hilarious for words. How could anyone possibly think we had that sort of relationship? I'm not sure I should be saying this about myself, but I'm totally not worth supporting.
私もそう思うし、クラスメートの子もほとんどはそう思ってるよ。
I feel like you just shoved a very depressing truth in my face.
とにかくそういう変な噂ばかり書いてるの。しかも内容はデタラメなことばかり。
I don't believe any of it, right?
そりゃそうだよ。クーちゃんとお兄ちゃんは仲良しカップルだってクラスでも評判いいんだから。でもクーちゃんのことを全く知らない子からしてみれば、その噂が本当か嘘かわからないでしょ。
Could be right. This happened with the fake Ura too. When too many rumors start flying around, people start to believe they are true. The entire student body had heard of our relationship in some form or fashion, especially after some students had seen us flirting in front of the school gates. The bad rumors about Kureha and the eyewitness reports had likely overlapped, were later embellished, and eventually led us to our current predicament. Perhaps we had felt someone watching us this morning out by the school gates because of those rumors. Why haven't you said anything until now? Knowing you, I'm sure you would caught wind of those rumors immediately.
わかるでしょ。私はクーちゃんの友達で、お兄ちゃんの妹なんだよ。
Sorry, true enough. I was yet another victim in all this. She hadn't brought it up, but there could be rumors about her too. Rumors were generally heard far from the ears of the one they slandered. No likelihood Aoi truly had just heard these rumors recently. Perhaps she may have essentially stirred up trouble for herself. Did you act out at all during this whole uniform incident?
クーちゃんがいじめられると思って、日頃から突っかかってくる子を体育館裏に呼び出したの。そうしたら、クーちゃんの噂話を聞かされて。
You scare me sometimes. I wasn't called Mini Phantom Thief Ura for nothing either. She had a cute face, but she absolutely had Oni's blood in her veins. Sincerely doubt this, but you didn't lay a finger on her, right?
手を出すまでもなく教えてくれたよ。その子たちも乗り気じゃなかったみたい。
Really? You think someone ordered them to do
どう
that?
やらそうみたいだね。やらないとグループから外すよみたいなこと言われたんだって。聞いた話じゃ、そのグループのリーダーも別の子に命令されたみたいなの。
It's getting pretty complicated. Could there be even more bullying and drama and bullying happening behind the scenes than we know?
そうかもしれないね。
Aya hung her head and clenched her
兄
fists.
ちゃん、私悔しい。クーちゃんの親友を気取っておきながら、今までいじめに気づかなかったなんて。
You're gonna say that I'm not qualified to be a boyfriend. There were signs, but I overlooked them. That girl from the tea kettle, based on how Kureha was acting, she seemed to know something about her living situations. If I had asked what was going on back then, even if I had to force it, we may have been able to avoid things reaching this point. Nah, if I've got time to regret, then I should act instead. We can still fix this.
そうだね。
Couldn't leave Kureha alone. She may have told me to go home, but I wasn't gonna back down today. But I braced myself for the worst. Could make Kureha prepare herself. I would make Kureha prepare herself too. There was no other time for us to take that step forward than the present. I didn't want to see that pained look on her face ever again. I wanted to keep that cheeky smirk she always wore. I wanted to be there and to protect her smile. Right, out of that subtle way, I have a favor to ask.
頼み？
Yeah. I want you to track down where those rumors came from and who initiated the bullying. Can you do
多
it?
分大丈夫だけど、一体何をするの？
What else? All I can do is ask to make them stop screwing with her. That's all. Laid their hands on the great phantom thief Uda's treasure. I'd better make them pay their
お
dues.
兄ちゃん、そうだね。ここで立ち上がらないと怪盗ウラの名が泣くよ。でも暴力はダメだよ。相手はあくまで普通の子なんだから。
I know. Won't lay a hand on civilians. Doesn't mean that he won't make sure that they won't sleep calmly at night for the next couple months. My promise with Grandpa also stood. The fists of those with Urabe blood were weapons in and of themselves. I would never wield them against ordinary
じゃ
people.
あ早速知り合いの子に連絡つけてみるよ。お兄ちゃんはどうするの？
There's somewhere I need to go. With that, I looked up at the beautiful starlit sky sprawling outside my window. Stared up at the night sky while making my way to the plum dorms. As usual, a good gust of wind could likely blow down Kureha's rundown dorm. Took a peek around the property and found Kureha washing her clothes in the laundry basin in the backyard.
こんなものか。
I want some help.
お前、何の用だ？一人にしろと言ったはずだぞ。
Can't just sit back and watch from the sidelines. I came here knowing you'd hate me for it. I heard you've been getting bullied at school.
誰からそれを聞いた？
From Norway. I also heard the rumors of you supporting me financially.
くだらない。逆に貢いでほしいものだ。
Kureha let out a quiet sigh and put her freshly washed uniform on the clothesline to dry. She could have just taken it to the laundromat, but she likely didn't have the time or money to
お前た
spare.
ちにはすまないと思っている。私に関わったばかりにおかしな噂を立てられて。
It's fine, I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about is you.
私？
Yeah, are you planning on just giving up and accepting things as they are? It's getting bullied incredibly frustrating. Figured you would have fired back at him a long time ago. Why haven't
お
you?
前は単純でいいな。だが、私はそう簡単にはいかない。父さんにも言われたしな。
What did he say?
いや、なんでもない。
My question made Kureha look away in a panic. This again, so I couldn't afford to back down. Not now that I've come
と
this
に
far.
かく、私はこのままでもいいんだ。こういうのには昔から慣れてるしな。
You mean something similar happened to you in the past?
いや、なんでもない。気にするな。
That again? It obviously is a big deal. Tell me what
お
happened.
前はバカか。言いたくないと言ってるのがわからないのか？
I got the message loud and clear, but I want to know.
やはりお前は底抜けのバカだな。そもそもどうしてそんなに話を聞きたがる？聞いてどうするんだ？
It's obviously because I'm worried about you. Want to help?
助けたい？お前は何様だ？正義のヒーロー気取りか？余計な心配をするなと何度言えばわかるんだ。私に構うんじゃない。
That's not going to fly. No matter what you say, I'm absolutely not backing down today. I gazed at Kureha and conveyed to her how I honestly felt in this moment. However, she immediately looked away and quietly spoke.
なぜだ？どうして私なんかのためにそんなに必死になる？
It's not like that. Like I said before, I'm worried about you, as your friend.
それか。私を友達だと思ってるなら放っておいてくれ。傷口に触れないでおくのも友の役目だわ。
I see. There is something bothering you then.
違う。今のは言葉のあやで。
Kureha. Tries as she might to make excuses, I took hold of her shoulders and made sure she couldn't escape. Then, while staring straight into her eyes, I asked her in the kindest way I possibly could, Kureha, I'm begging you. Tell me what's on your mind. I want to help and support you.
それは友達だからか。
Yeah, that's exactly why. After changing schools so many times, I can tell you from first-hand experience that having someone there for you when you're hurting is a wonderful thing. That's what it always was for me. I'm sure that's what your old man was for you. I'll never be able to take your father's place, but I can be there for you as a friend. I want to be there for you. So please tell me what's going on. I hate to see you looking so sad. Kureha tried to face away from me again, but I had too firm a grip on her shoulders for her to escape. Regardless, she continued to avert her gaze and remain silent. But then, at long last, she looked up at me.
加減手を離してくれ。痛い。
Whoops, sorry. Quickly let go of and Kureha began to gently rub her shoulders. After a long pause, she let out a small sigh.
どうして私のことにここまで真剣になれるんだ。理解に苦しむ。でも、この痛みは悪くない。ほら、何をぼさっとしてる。早く中へ入れ。
Sure. With that, I followed after and walked into her dorm. When Kureha saw how I acted, she propped a hand on my shoulder and looked a bit amused for whatever reason. Here's a summary of what Kureha and I discussed. The bullying started 1 week ago after Kureha had a run-in with a girl she'd known at the tea kettle, Dazai Aiko. She and Kureha once attended the same school, and Dazai had apparently formed a group of bullies to harass her. The bullying subsided after Kureha transferred, but the two of them eventually wound up attending the same school, which was where we were now. Kureha only enrolled in this academy to find mystic treasures, while Dazai's parents relocated for work, and she moved to the Pine dorm as a result. Since they were in separate dorms and classes, they had yet to run into each other until just recently. When they ran into each other again at the tea kettle, it had been a heart-stopping encounter. That was around the time when it all started. Rumors about Kureha began to spread, and a handful of girls were told to bully her. Kureha knew who the perpetrator was from the start, but never once laid a hand on her. I would have been targeted next if Kureha fought back, but that was the last thing she wanted. Kureha would have no reason to stay at the academy after finding the Mallet, and could easily cut ties with Dazai in the process. She just had to be patient, or so she thought.
結局、お前たちに迷惑をかけることになった。本当にすまなく思っている。
Nah, it's also my fault for never noticing, especially when I've been with you this entire time. But why didn't you come to me for advice? I could have helped you if you had confided in me sooner.
誰がお前なんかに相談するか。これは私個人の問題だ。お前は厄介ごとに巻き込まれた。ただの被害者に過ぎない。そんなお前に頼るわけにはいかないだろう。
How about that? Was that the way she saw me? Pitiable boy who in a stroke of bad luck ended up searching for the mallet with her because I accidentally witnessed her changing into her fake good outfit. Was that it? You're so dumb.
なんだと?
That only makes me like you more. There's no need to think of me as a victim. I'm here for you of my own free will. If I hated this lifestyle as much, I would have found an escape a long time
な
ago.
ら、どうして
Like I said before, it's because I wanted to protect you. I consider you a friend, so it wouldn't be natural to want to help. You don't need to hold back and convince me as much as you need. In fact, I want you to. I could actually protect you then.
自分から厄介ごとに首を突っ込むなんて、とんだド M だな。
You bet. I'm maybe more of a masochist than I thought. If getting hurt means I can protect you, then I'm fine with it. As long as you smile again, I'll give you everything I've got.
お前の方がよっぽどバカじゃないか。人のために身を削るなんて。そんな生き方、長く持たないぞ。
Right back at you. You may not tell me why, but it's obvious. You're such a devoted daughter, Kunyan.
ふうにゃ言うな。バカ。
With that, Kureha suddenly looked exhausted and drooped her shoulders. But getting all of that off her chest had helped a
私の
lot.
話はこれでおしまいだ。それで、お前は何をするつもりなんだ？何か考えがあって私のところに来たんだろう。
There's something I'd like to ask. Even if you've accepted the bullying, wouldn't you have fought back by now? Why haven't you done anything yet?
昔、父さんによく言い聞かされたんだ。素人には絶対手を出すなと。私たちの体に宿る力は、かつて鬼と呼ばれ恐れられたものだ。無節操に力を振るえば、体だけではなく、心まで鬼になってしまう。だから、必要に駆られた時以外は、決して力を振るうなとな。
I see. That's a good lesson.
まあな。父さんは本家筋の人間じゃないし、考え方も甘いと言われて、ろくな役職をもらえなかった。だが、私は父さんが土蜘蛛の中で一番強いと思っている。その実力も、その生き様もな。
Really love your old man, don't you?
何を
Whenever you talk about your old man, your eyes sparkle like a little kid's. It's cute.
バカ。こんな時に変なことを言うんじゃない。
My comment made her cheeks puff up and turn red like a candy apple. These childish gestures of hers were cute as well. I understand what you mean. In that case, let's resolve this issue without resorting to violence and in a way that doesn't draw a lot of attention.
そんな方法があるのか。
Yeah, leave it to me. I won't do you wrong. What's up? You're spacing.
なんでもない。
By any chance, did you fall for me?
そんなわけあるか。
Claudia's face burnt bright red and she looked away when I poked fun at her. Does that mean I had a shot? By the way, there was one inconsistency in all this. You said you'd never act out against a civilian, but didn't you threaten me the second we met? How do you explain that?
そんなの当たり前だろ。盗人や痴漢は立派な犯罪者だ。素人と認める。これでも手加減をしてやったんだぞ。本当ならしびれ針じゃなくて毒針で一撃だ。
Seriously scary as hell,
ち
Koda.
なみに今後もまた私にセクハラをしようものなら、その時は覚悟をすることだ。油断してるとすごいことになるぞ。
I will take that to heart, ma'am.
それでいい。お前はこれからも私のそばでおとなしくしていろ。できるなら小槌を手に入れるまでずっと友達でいてほしい。
Koda.
それで具体的に何をどうするつもりなんだ？
Oh, that's easy, but I will need your help.
私の協力？
Right, first of all, the next day, I accompanied Kureha to school. The best way to oppose a bully was to make them believe their target was trouble. By no means could you give up and quietly accept your situation. Taking on this group of girls could lead to her becoming isolated, and one wrong move could also lead to even worse bullying than before. Regardless, Kureha nodded firmly and gazed up at me.
覚悟はできている。どのみち、私が一人なことに変わりはない。
Don't be stupid, like I said before, you're not alone. No matter what happens, you've always got me. Why'd you turn red?
うるさい。
Well, whatever. Anyhow, leave it to me. I won't do anything wrong.
だが、本当にうまくいくのか。
Yeah, it'll be fine, trust me. She was still skeptical, so I responded with a smile. I'm gonna be 100% certain, but I was confident. The bullying should at least stop for the time being. The moment we had finally arrived after class let out. The moment had finally arrived after classes let out. Aoi and I hid in the historical site behind the academy and waited for Kureha and the other girl to arrive. Between the information Aoi scrounged up and what Kureha had told me, the primary bully seemed to be Dazai Aiko. Kureha's job was to lure Dazai here and demand she stop harassing her. We knew the conversation wouldn't end there, and Dazai would either refuse or go into a frenzy and threaten her. The latter happened, and that's where we came in. Once Dazai made a move on Kureha, we'd catch the crime on video and use it to threaten her instead. If she kept bothering Kureha, then we'd make her bullying public. If we went through Senpai and gave the video to Tamahiko, then even the academy's teacher couldn't try to deny it. His plan seemed pretty dull, but it was all for the sake of respecting Kureha's wishes. Kureha had held out all this time and stuck to her old man's teachings. Couldn't go against that now.
クーちゃんたち来たみたい。
Alright, let's do this. Make sure you're recording. Sound of several footsteps approached from the school and stopped in the middle of the wide open space. Poked my head out from behind the boulder to see what was going on. There I saw Kureha, Dazai, and all her
こん
followers.
なところに呼びつけて話って一体何よ。
もうやめろ。
何の話？
私への嫌がらせだ。こんなことをしても無意味だろ。
With that, she tossed the graffiti-colored textbook on the ground at Dazai's feet. Dazai looked down and smirked.
意味なんてあるわけないじゃん。楽しいからしてるだけだよ、バーカ。
なら今すぐやめろ。迷惑だ。
あんた自分の立場分かってるの？そこはお願いしますだろうが。
ああ。
何よその目。ほんとムカつくチビね。
Dazai raised her voice and approached, but Kureha held her ground and stared her down. It was less harassment and more of a feud. Throwing a punch at the sun.
あんた昔からそうよね。地味、暗くて言いたいことも言えないくせに態度だけはでかくてさ。ああ、そっか。前から何かに似てるかと思ったら野良犬だったのね。犬よ犬。育ちの悪さが顔に出てるのよね。
Pissing me
ちょっと
off.
お兄ちゃん抑えて抑えて。
Aoi held me back for dear life as I nearly stormed out to confront the little bitch. I need to calm down. We hadn't caught her in the act just yet. Just a little longer. A little longer.
で
とは
だからやめてほしいんでしょ。ならそれ相応のお願いの仕方があるんじゃない？あんたの場合土下座なんて絶対しないでしょうから。金は貧乏だから持ってないわよね。何か言いなさいよ。ほんとムカつく。
ねえねえ愛子ちゃん、この子の家が貧乏って本当なの？
ええ、この子の父親すごい借金をしてるのよ。それも全部水商売の女につぎ込んだんですって。
マジ？
マジよマジ。金で女を釣ってそれで生まれたのがこのチビってわけ。超ウケる。
クーちゃん
Everything Dazai said left Aoi and I speechless. Was what she said true? No, never mind that from now.
でも一番傑作なのはその後。母親はこの子を産んですぐに他の男とできちゃってそのまま行方不明になったんですって。後に残ったのは借金とチビ。それが嫌になって父親も蒸発。それからこの子は親戚の間をたらい回しにされて生きてきたのよ。
何それ、今時言えなきゃだなんて設定が古すぎない？
マジ大マジよ。いやーほんと泣けるわ。ねえクレハちゃん、たくなんか言えよ。
Dazai lost her temper at the stoic Kureha and gave her followers a signal with a single glance. Her lackeys took hold of Kureha's arms and stole her bag.
何か面白いもの入ってないかな。あらこれは？
Dazai took a palm-sized doll out of Kureha's bag. The stuffed toy resembled the boy.
何 これお人形さんキャラと合ってなくない？どうやら大事なものみたいね。男の子の人形みたいだけど、彼氏へのプレゼントかしら？違う、
それはその。
キモ。何赤くなってんの？マジキモいしねえよ。ああ、やだやだ。こんなの持ってたらキモいのが映っちゃうわ。
Daze pinched the doll between her fingers, almost like she were touching something dirty, and hurled it to the ground. Then she stomped on it with the sole of her shoe.
あ、ごめん。足が滑っちゃった。怒った？それとも泣いてるの？いい君。
もういい。何でもいいから早く終わらせろ。
何それ、超うざいんですけど。たく、他には何か入ってないの？普通携帯くらい持ってるでしょ。
Daze tossed the bag onto the ground as well, let out a deliberate sigh, and then turned to face Kureha.
ああ、もういいわ。だるいし、あなたをいじめるのは今日で終わりにしてあげる。
本当か？
ええ、その代わり次は葵ちゃんを可愛がってあげるわね。
なんだと？
やめてほしいなら浦部葵をここに連れてきなさい。そしたらあなたを私のグループに入れてあげる。いい話でしょ？
ふざけるな。
ん？
ふざけるな！葵に手を出したらタラちゃんをかないぞ。
やだ、怖い。殴るの？
Wait. Kureha, you dropped this. Kureha was biting her lower lip and trembling, handed Kureha her discarded bag and doll before giving her a gentle pat on the head. Great, thank you for standing up for Aoi.
うるさい。安く頭を触るな。
Kureha hugged the bag and doll to her chest and turned away without looking up at me. However, she never tried to brush my hand away.
彼氏さんの登場？もしかしてずっとそこにいたの？
Yeah, I've been watching this whole time. You forced me out when things started going sideways.
何？私たちを殴ろうっての？言っておくけどね、私の彼氏は怖いよ。毎日ボクシングジムに通ってるんだ。
Honest God, I just wanted to clean, like, knock down a nearby tree with a single punch to shut her the fuck up. Yeah, which is why he's got athlete's foot on top of it. Definitely a terrifying opponent in a certain sense. Also, he's apparently got 3 girlfriends. By the way, you're number 2. Dicey position to be in, for sure.
何を言ってるの？
I know all about you, does Aiko. You go out boozing every day behind your parents' backs while they're overseas. Their money, no less. I'm sure you'd be in hot water if they found out.
何よそれ。なんであんたがそんなこと知ってるのよ。
You haven't realized it yet. There are all sorts of rumors floating around about you, too. About you bankrolling that athlete's-footed boyfriend of yours. Also, if the teachers were to find out you're going out drinking and bullying Kureha, you'd get expelled immediately.
愛子ちゃん、それ本当なの？
バカバカしい。全部デタラメよ。そもそも私たちクレハちゃんのこといじめてないし、仲良しだし。
I hate to break it to you, but we have proof.
はいはい、こっちに視線ください。みんな笑顔笑顔。ニパー。葵。
Kureha was obviously shocked, but so were Daze and her followers when Aoi appeared with the camera. I wasn't lying when I said I was watching the entire time. Got too carried away because Kureha didn't argue back. Kept the whole situation from spiraling out of control.
なるほど。交換条件ってわけね。
Catch on fast. If you learn your lesson and never bother Kureha again.
たく、何マジになってるのよ。ああ、やだやだ、しらけちゃったわ。
Had Daze admitted defeat, or was she genuinely bored? She let out an exaggerated sigh and shook her head.
浦部圭介さんでしたっけ？あなたもご苦労ね。そんな子のために躍起になって。そもそもどうしてそんなのと付き合おうだなんて思ったの？そいつに守るべき価値はないわよ。
What do you
だ
mean?
ってそうでしょ？家は貧乏で母親はやりまんだし、父親は借金作って蒸発するし、態度は悪くて遊びも何も知らなくて一緒にいてもつまらない。おまけに体は貧相で不愛想。多分マグロよね、マグロ。ほんと。 と。そんな子生きる価値ないじゃない。死ねばいいのに。あなたも大変よね。無理してその子と付き合う必要ないわよ。彼女が欲しいなら私が紹介してあげる。もっとスタイルの良くて可愛い子をね。きっとその子より楽しめるはずよ。今から乗り換えない？
Hey.
何？その気になった？
Shut up. I told you to shut your mouth!
お兄ちゃん
She may be broke, have no tits, and can be a little unfriendly and foul-mouthed at times. You really think that's enough to say she's worthless? Don't make me laugh. Kureha's broke because she's helping her old man. She's only unfriendly because she's socially awkward. Kureha's a great person who cares about her friends. She's a hard worker who puts her full effort in everything she does. I can list off as many attractive qualities of hers as you need. So I'll never let you say Kureha has no value. I'll make sure anyone who would say something like so horrible pay dearly.
何本気になってるのよ。
Of course I'll get serious. You're insulting my precious girlfriend straight to my face.
岩に
There we go. He made it even better than a tree. He punched a fucking boulder to the point of cracking it. I slammed my fist into the rock wall with an overabundance of force. I hadn't been able to hold back, so minor cracks had begun to form. Perfect for threatening idiots. I glared at Daza with my fist still planted against the boulder. Don't forget, I'm constantly by Kureha's side and I'll be there to protect her forever. Just try and mess with her again. I'll make sure you're never able to walk outside again physically or mentally. Got that?
すみませんでした。
ちょ、待ってよ、愛子ちゃん。
Glaring at her was all it took for Daza and her group to yelp pathetically and run off as fast as they could. All that was left was me, Aoi, and...
終わったのか？
Kureha stood in place, deathly still and stunned.
もう結局力押しじゃない。穏便に済ませるんじゃなかったの？
Sorry, I didn't mean to lose my cool. This boulder was part of the historical sites and would probably make kind of weep later on.
さっきの力は一体なんだ？岩にひびを入れるなんて。あれは愛の力ってやつだよ。それほどクーちゃんを大切に思ってるって証拠だね。愛だと？つまりそれはああ、クーちゃん真っ赤になって照れてる。可愛いんだから。うるさい。照れてなんかない。
Always teasing made Kureha go bead red, ears and all, and whip her head away. Having Aoi around was a lifesaver. If that had kept up, I would have had to explain my ogre powers to my Oni powers to Kureha. I don't know where it's probably actually I probably got the ogre thing from you're an ogre, Reed. It was like I always said, this probably wasn't a praiseworthy outcome. I'd basically acted out against a civilian. However, there was a fatal flaw in the plan I came up with from the beginning. How could I ever watch quietly from the sidelines while someone so precious to me was getting verbally assaulted? There was no way I could.
しかし、終わるときは意外とあっけないものだな。
What do you think? Wasn't leaving it to me the right call?
あれはやりすぎだ。あの流れなら、私一人でもなんとかなっただろう。
You're saying stuff like that again?
まあまあ、喧嘩はよしなよ。せっかくいい雰囲気なんだしさ。
I smiled sweetly and stepped between Kureha and I. Grabbed both of her arms and tugged us in closer.
とにかくこれで万事解決。友情の勝利だ。ビクトリーね、クーちゃん。まあ、そういうことにしておく。
Kureha replied and turned her back to Aoi. When she did, I could see Kureha's face over on the opposite side. Oh, that's a great smile.
見るな、今のは違うんだ。なになに、クーちゃん笑ってるの？違う。見るな。お兄ちゃん、反対側の腕を押さえて。このまま部屋に連行しよう。今夜はパーティーだよ。
Sure, you've got it. You cannot escape. They are closing in on you. Aoi and I subdued Kureha as she went red in the face and struggled together. And like so, we made our departure with a smile. Later, Kureha joined us and we all had dinner together. It had been ages since I had Aoi's home cooking. The appearance was the same as ever, but it was nostalgic and delicious. Most importantly, it was great because it wasn't a potato dish. This led to an after-meal drink, and then Kureha gave a certain something to Aoi.
少し汚くなったが、元よりこいつの顔は汚いから、別に平気だろ。
With that, Kureha handed Aoi the palm-sized doll from her bag. She had done repairs, but it was still pretty beat up. Even so, it was a boy doll. Could have been modeled after.
このお人形、よく見るとお兄ちゃんに似てるね。
Huh? Did you model that doll after me?
まあな、葵には気を使わせてばかりだし、そいつがあれば寂しさも紛れるかと思って。とにかく受け取れ。うん、ありがとう。いつも胸ポケットに入れて大事にするね。
Kureha saw Aoi take the doll with a smile, which practically spanned the entire width of her face. Scratched her cheek. She was feeling shy, no doubt.
古来人形は人の身代わりとして使われてきた。葵に何かあったら、その時は人形が盾になってくれるだろう。身代わりがこいつなら両親も痛まない。安心と信頼のスケープドールだ。
Trying to be a little hurt by it. Right, Aoi?
そうだよ。お兄ちゃんが身代わりになるなんてダメだよ。やるならせめて保険金を。やっぱりなんでもない。お兄ちゃん大好き。
Hey, what's with the forced professional love? You're gonna make me cry! Despite my jokes, it would be awful if it was my doll that had saved Aoi. In fact, it ought to be me. The scapegoat were of Kureha, even if it was a doll. It'd still leave a bad taste in my mouth. By the way, you don't have any present for me?
あるわけないだろ。もうな、よく考えてから喋れと小学校で習わなかったか？
Yes, I'm sorry. Kureha was certainly as strict as ever. Boo-hoo.
あれ？お人形の頭の部分ザラザラいってるよ。
ああ、綿が高かったから星の砂を詰めたんだ。いざという時は足に紐をつけて振り回せば武器になるだろう。
Stop! Appreciate me more!
ねえ、クーちゃん。私もこういうの作れるかな？教
えてやろうか。
いいの？
うん。暇な時にな。
ありがとう。でも私、ものすごい不器用だよ。
安心しろ。私も子供の頃は裁縫が下手だった。きちんと基礎を学べば、葵もきっと上手くなる。そうだよね。ありがとう、くーちゃん。ひっつくな。暑苦しいだろ。くーにゃー。くーにゃん言うな。
Aoi wrapped her arms around Kureha's shoulders and rubbed against her cheek. Kureha tried, rather desperately I might add, to tear her away. Seeing their comedy skip really made it feel like we were back to our normal selves.
それにしても、本当にこのお人形よくできてるね。髪型とか目元とか、本物そっくりだよ。くーちゃん、お兄ちゃんのことよく見てるんだね。
それ
は... now I get it. This was why you were staring at my face in the middle of the night. We're just fixing my pants but making this doll at the same time.
もしかして起きてたのか?
Yeah, I noticed the noise. Even if I had been asleep, I'm pretty sure anyone would wake up if someone suddenly brushed their hair.
へえ、そんなことがあったんだ。やっぱり二人はラブラブだね。
違う、そんなんじゃない。
またまた恋人なんだから照れることないのに。
Kureha's face turned red and she went silent. She was adorable when she looked so troubled too. Afterwards, we said goodbye to Aoi and decided to head back to the Plum dorm. Going home from my room to someone else's was a strange sensation, but not a bad one. Yesterday she had essentially mentioned she had quit monitoring me, but I was about to point it out. I wanted to be with her more.
なあ、今のうちに一つだけ誤解を解いておきたいことがあるんだが。
What is it?
母さんのことだ。
Your mom, huh? It was a topic neither I nor Aoi dared to bring up. According to Dazai, Kureha's mom had run away with her another
あい
man,
つは
but...
母さんを悪く言っていたが、あんなのはデタラメだ。
Yeah, I know. Remember what you told me before? That your mom and your dad were super close? You had such a wonderful look on your face when you talked about them, so I knew she was lying. I trust you.
私を信じる。だが、あいつの語った話は、全部が全部嘘というわけではない。
What do you mean?
あいつが言っていたように、父さんは母さんのために借金をしたんだ。もちろん愛を得るためじゃない。むしろ、愛を守るためだった。母さんは生まれつき体が弱くてな。子供の頃から病室で暮らしていたそうなんだ。
Yeah, it was probably hospital bills that caused the
母
death.
さんのいた病院は土蜘蛛の息がかかっていて、父さんもよくその病院の世話になっていたらしい。偶然かナンパかは知らないが、二人はそこで出会い、やがて結婚して、私が生まれた。大恋愛だったそうだ。
Wow, that's an awfully romantic
だ
story.
ろ？私もこの話が大好きだ。病弱な恋人のもとに毎日通い続ける男。だが、その男は任務で明日の命も危うい身。いつ別れが来るかもわからない生活の中で、見事恋を成就させて子供を設ける。見事なハッピーエンドだ。だが、物語はそこで終わらなかった。現実はおとぎ話とは違う。死ぬまで続きが用意されている。10年前に起きた宮島での大戦。その戦いで土蜘蛛は壊滅し、父さんは天の巻を持って、
Oops.
同時に母さんがいた病院も引き払われ、お互い真っ当な職に就くこともできず、5年間食うや食わずの逃亡生活を余儀なくされた。そんな生活に体の弱い母さんが耐えられるはずもなく、大きな病にかかった。そのまま。
That's what happened. Then it
その
came.
間際に母さんの手から渡されたものだ。母さんは私の髪をすくのが好きでな。よく髪が綺麗だと褒めてくれて。
Kureha.
母さんが倒れた時、父さんはあらゆる手を使って母さんを助けようとした。かろうじて機能していた土蜘蛛のネットワークを利用して何人もの闇医者に手術を頼み、その度に莫大な治療費を請求された。だが結局母さんは助からなかった。後に残ったのは多額の借金と育ち盛りの娘だけ。それから父さんは男手一つで私を育てながら借金返済のために働いた。素性を隠すために籍や経歴を偽って。特に母さんは大竹丸の血を引いているからな。御三家に存在が悟られないようありもしない話をでっち上げたりもした。
That's why stories about mom being, your mom being an escort or her disappearing with another man became
あ
a
いつらが
thing.
脚色した部分もあるが、火のないところに煙は立たない。話の根は私たちが埋めたものだ。だから言い返せるはずもない。母さんを怪我したのは私たち自身なんだから。
Kureha.
その後、父さんは借金取りに連れて行かれ、一人残された私は知り合いの老夫婦に保護者になってもらった。あの人たちのおかげで普通の学校に通うこともできた。今でも感謝している。 太宰と出会ったのはそのあたりだ。両親がいなくてネクラな私は、あいつらにとって格好の餌だったんだろう。だが、私は耐えた。耐え続ければ、いつか父さんが助けに来てくれるんじゃないかという淡い期待もあった。だけど、現実はそう甘くない。いつまで経っても、父さんは助けに来てくれなかった。だから、逆に私が父さんを助けようと思った。父さんと一緒なら、こんな惨めな思いをせず、笑って暮らせるだろうと思ったから。その後は、お前にも話したな。3年前、怪盗浦が世間で話題になると同時に、まとまった金と手紙が届くようになって。
You soon found that the Ura might be your old man and be at a museum as a fake Ura.
そういうことだ。今考えると私はバカだな。浦が父さんのはずない。もし父さんが浦だったら、真っ先に私に会いに来てくれるはずだから。くれるよ。
Of course, one of the greatest treasures of all. If your old man really did call himself Ura, his first mission would have been to come steal away his greatest treasure.
そうだよな。そうだ。父さんはそういう人だ。
Kureha's eyes wavered for an instant, but her words seemed to have encouraged her. I knew it was only temporary peace of mind, but kind words were sometimes necessary. Especially on nights like these, when you couldn't process your feelings and your heart wavered to and fro.
私は今も二人を尊敬している。父さんは誰よりもかっこよかったし、母さんは誰よりも優しい人だった。それは、私が一番よく知っている。だから何を言われても平気だ。私の中にいる二人は、決して揺るがない。ただ、お前に誤解されたままというのは、どうしても落ち着かない。
Oops. In that case, don't worry. Remember what I said earlier? Trust what you say.
そうか。それならいいんだ。
At that moment, Koda's expression softened and her shoulders relaxed. Then she took what resembled a cell phone case out of her pocket.
これもお母さんの形見でな。無限針という名前の秘宝だ。ケースの中に様々な種類の針が収められていて、いくら投げても数が減らない優れものだ。無限針と父さんからの教え、その二つを使って私は父さんを助ける。子供の頃のようにただ震えてるだけなんて、のっぴらごめんだから。
Kureha's will was firm. Hearing all she had to say only made that more clear to me. It also made me realize how lonely Kureha must have been. Her desire to rescue her old man may have also been in part because she didn't want to be alone. But all alone, I didn't really think she was.
無駄に長話をしてしまったな。飛んで寄り道になったが、明日から調査再開だ。
You haven't worked through any of the texts you brought home with you?
それはまったく。
I see. From the looks of things, you had bigger problems to deal with. Getting my advice was the right call.
実に不本意だが、今回はお前に借りを作ってしまったな。
If you feel that way, would you repay the debt for me right now?
なんだエロかエロいことなのか。
Idiot, it's not. Next time you're in trouble, promise me you'll come talk to me straight away. Do that, and we'll consider this whole thing even.
仕方ないな。
Kureha reluctantly agreed to my proposal. I assumed she might be opposed, but she seemed to feel she owed me a lot for this whole incident. Okay then, looking forward to working with you from now on, Kunya.
変な笑みを浮かべるな。
Kureha faced away from me as she spoke, but her cheeks were dyed such a deep red that I could tell even in the moonlight. We briefly dropped by I Want You, returned to Kureha's room, and immediately went to bed. At the moment, Kureha was the only one who was actually asleep. All I managed to do was toss and turn and stare listlessly up at the moon. Couldn't sleep and was having to process a lot of information all at once. Kureha's father had taken on a significant amount of debt in order to save her sickly mother. Now Kureha was trying to get her hands on the mallet to rescue her old man. Knowing all that, he couldn't possibly condemn her for it. It caused a number of problems for the three great families as the fan of the Ivura in order to help people. And it stood by everything I'd done. Kureha was exactly the same way. She'd find the mallet and help out her dad. As far as she was concerned, that reasoning alone was just. However, Kureha had told me something before. She admitted to feeling uneasy and continuing along her current path because she felt like there was no other option. Kureha might still be uncertain if that's how she truly felt. If there were some other method to saving her old man, Kureha might choose that path, albeit with some hesitation. Again, Kureha was the only one who could make that call. Others may falter. They had no right to make that decision for her. I say, is that why she ignored everything I said? Kureha needed to choose her own path, so it only made sense. In which case, what I should do next was...
Naあ、まだ起きてるか?
Just then Kureha spoke to me from the other side of the Berlin Wall we set up in the middle of the room. I still think that calling it basically Berlin, the Wall of Berlin, is possibly a bit of bad taste, but who cares? I make Nazi jokes. That's a bit of a surprising CG, actually. Huh. Probably still gonna use that one instead, but I'm gonna save it anyways. Kureha climbed on top of her pillow, then gazed at me as she lay down. I made the gesture and gazed back at her. What's up? Thought you were asleep.
前こそ眠ってたんじゃないのか?
I was just doing some thinking. You?
私はその...
Kureha evasively buried her chin into her pillow, but before long she raised her head, looking like she'd made up her mind, and gazed back at me once more.
なあ、あの場で口走ってた言葉、あれは本当か?
Oh, the stuff I said to Dazai? I meant every last word. You know I'm not the type to lie, right?
そうだったな。じゃあ、私はその...
Yeah. Work hard and you're a great person who cares about other people. No matter what anyone else says, that's how I feel about you. Crap, actually, there was one thing I lied about.
どの辺だ? 私はやっぱりポンコツなのか?
Not that. I blurted out that you were my girlfriend.
あれか。あれは私も驚いた。お前、嘘をつけないんじゃなくて、嘘をつかないだけなんだな。
I guess so. It's not on my tongue to... It's not like my tongue's going to fall out if I tell a lie or anything. I just try my hardest not to lie whenever possible. Still, it is true that my stomach hurts like crazy whenever I do lie. Like I make myself sick when I do.
今はどうだ?
Strangely enough, I don't feel awful. Precious! Huh?
いや、なんでもない。
Really?
そうだ。
Kureha and I both looked away from each other and fell silent. I bet both of our cheeks were bright red. After thinking it over calmly, I had said something outrageously embarrassing. But oddly, I felt completely reinvigorated. Hey, Kureha. You're not a hopeless person, okay? No matter what anyone else says, I know that. I may not like it, but I've taken a liking to you. I want to keep you, helping you, and support you however I can. Please understand that, at the very least. No reply, huh? I was certain she hadn't fallen asleep yet, so she definitely heard me. I was more wanted to say, but the rift between us may grow larger if I elaborated further. That's probably enough for today.
No.
I assumed that was how it would end, but Kureha spoke to me again. She looked like a spoiled kitten as she gazed up at me from her pillow.
一つだけお願いがあるんだけど。聞いてくれるか?
What is it? Go ahead.
その、今さら浦部先輩って呼ぶのって、なんか堅苦しいだろ。嘘とはいえ、私たちは恋人同士なわけだし。だからその、これからは名前で呼んでいい?
First name. That's fine. That would make me happier too.
じゃあ、ケイスケ。
Yeah.
ケイスケ。ケイスケ。ケイスケ。ケイスケ。ケイスケ。
Why is this girl trying to give me diabetes? Idiot, don't say my name over and over like that. It's embarrassing.
じゃあ呼ぶのやめる。やっぱりお前は変態のままだ。
Actually, I wish you wouldn't. You can say my name as much as you want.
ケイスケ。ケイスケ。ケイスケ。
I think I'm more gonna go with this smile than the subtle smile from up there, because this is far more precious. But by God, I'm dying here! Why'd you keep saying my name like that? It's making me feel incredibly self-conscious.
ようやく慣れてきたぞ。やっぱり名前で呼んだ方がしっくりくるな。
You could have called me that from the start, you know.
そんなことできるか? 相手を下の名前で呼ぶのはとても大事なことなんだぞ。そういうのは大切な人のために取っておくものだし。
Especially to you.
いや、この場合は大切な下僕。嘘。小槌を手に入れる上での大事なパートナーという意味だ。
Does that mean you've at least acknowledged me as your partner?
それなりに役に立ってるしな。私もお前を認めざるを得ない。
I see. Thanks, Kunyan.
クーニャン言うな。ちゃんとクレハって呼んでくれなきゃ。急に顔赤くしてどうした?
Oh, you're just super cute right now.
かわいいって私が?
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else here, is there?
それはそうだが。
Oh my, blushing. Whatever will we do with you, Kureha dono?
バカ、からかうんじゃない。
Kureha insulted me and buried her head into her pillow to hide her rosy cheeks. Then she raised her head and looked toward me once again.
ねえ、ケイスケ。
Yeah.
今日は本当にありがとう。優しくしてくれて嬉しかったよ。
This girl is planning an assassination to me as we speak, against me as we speak, and it is going far too well! Huh? Did you just thank me?
それだけだ。私はもう寝るぞ。
With that, she covered herself in her futon, head and all, and ran from my gaze. When I imagined her blushing under her covers, it was nothing short of exhilarating. Thanks, huh? No one would have believed the day Kureha would express gratitude to me in her own words would come. Made me happy. Oh, elated. Couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Yeah.
なんでもない。呼んでみただけ。
Is that right?
そうなんだ。
Went quiet once again. Touchy mood hung in the air, almost as if it were anticipating more, but was afraid to act on it. A man and a woman under the same roof. At least for the day, it was a mutual loss by default. I still personally feel like the only person who's like in whose route him being Ura is gonna be an actual like issue. It's gonna be Akari's, just because of her like zealousness in hunting down Phantom Thief Ura. Anyways, but yeah, I'm gonna end it here because it is like 2:30 a.m. and my throat is starting to act up. And before you ask, no, I can't drink anything to make it up, to fucking deal with it. I literally am out of any and all drinks. See, these are just empty fucking tea things. These are all fucking empty. Like I always drink them in this order, without fail. Always from this to there. And if I go ahead and pick this up, you see, empty. If I pick this up, you see, empty. And if I pick up this, you also see empty. And there's these two that are empty, and there's this one that is empty. And now if I were to pick up these two, empty. These two, empty. These two, empty. Now let me place these here. These two, empty. These two, empty. These two, empty. These stores are empty as well. Same goes for these two, actually. So, but yeah, you see, there's literally nothing for me to drink. I am fucking thirsty. Kind of hungry, actually, as well. But that's unimportant right now. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you next time. Bye-bye.